feito pelo Instituto de Meteorologia Max Planck, Hamburgo, pela Universidade de São Paulo, pela Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Norte e pelo Conselho de Arquitetura e Urbanismo de São Paulo. Queremos agradecer a presença das autoridades que estão conosco nesta manhã.
We would like to thank the authorities that are here with us, the Secretary of Infrastructure and Mr. Marcos Monteiro, Secretary from Mr. José Armênio de Brito Cruz, Professor Dr. Maria Cristina Ribeiro Veloz Teixeira, Pro-Dean of Research from Mackenzie University, that is represented the Dean of ET, Mário Túlio de Vasconcelos, President of Council of Architecture and Urbanism, Mrs. Camila Moreno de Camargo, Director of the Architecture and Urbanism University Faculty, Dr. Carlos Leite, Professor Dr. Felipe Assis Nakamoto, Professor of the University of Professor Dr. Felipe Quelero, Researcher of the Government and the Project Max Planck, Professor Librasseur, Coordination INCT Climápolis of University of São Paulo, Dr. Maria de Fátima Andrade, Vice Coordinator of the Project of the Rio Grande do Norte, Judith Oizuman, Director of the Lab NDF Climápolis from Brazil, Professor Dr. Rita, and the main investigator of the University Mackenzie, Dr. Renato Anelli, Bruno Almeida Borges, pela Universidade, that is represented by Reverend Dr. We would like to thank the finance from this project, the Council, the CNPq, the MACP Research of the University. We would like to thank Science and Innovation São Paulo, International Water Association,
a Universidade São Judas Tadeu, a Prefeitura Municipal de São Paulo. Agradecemos também a presença de todos os alunos, alunas, professores e professoras, pesquisadores, bem como todo o público presente neste auditório e os que nos acompanham remotamente pelo canal da TV Mackenzie no YouTube. O Mackenzie foi fundado por missionários presbiterianos como uma instituição confessional, cuja missão é educar e cuidar do ser humano, criado à imagem de Deus para o exercício pleno da cidadania em ambiente de fé cristã reformada. Portanto, iniciamos nossos eventos com um momento devocional de reflexão e oração a Deus, que nesta ocasião será realizado pelo capelão universitário, reverendo doutor Bruno Almeida Borges.
Ótimo dia a todos, as autoridades.
Good morning, everyone, community professors that are here with us. It's an honor for us to be here with you and talk about what these talks on this such relevant matter. I believe you're going to agree with me that we are in a period that climate change is one of the biggest challenges we've had. While we think about solutions on our urban centers and planning a better living with the environment, it's worth think about the situations around us, because in our heart we have a desire to live better. The text of Genesis teaches this sentence at the beginning of the Bible shows the plan of God for the creation.
A primeira coisa que vemos é que desde o início Deus deu à humanidade o trabalho de cultivar e guardar o mundo feito por Ele. Isso mostra que o mundo em que vivemos não é apenas um lugar para existir, mas algo que deve ser nutrido, cuidado. Cuidar do meio ambiente não é mais apenas uma necessidade moderna. Diante desse texto, vemos que é um chamado antigo uma responsabilidade que
It
fala
is
da
a
nossa
responsibility talking about our connection with creation and the
Mas também
Creator.
vale destacar que as Sagradas Escrituras ensinam que o Senhor Jesus Cristo veio para restaurar a nossa relação com Deus e, aliado a isso, nos chamar de volta para o nosso propósito original, de cuidar da criação, saber lidar com esse mundo que Ele mesmo fez para que habitemos nele. Cristo, sendo aquele que reconcilia, nos chama a retomarmos o papel de cuidadores da criação, refletindo um relacionamento correto com Deus, com o próximo e com a terra em que habitamos. Creio que, diante dessas breves palavras, pelo menos temos duas implicações práticas para podermos guardar para nós. Primeiro, o chamado para o cuidado constante com a criação. Assim como o primeiro homem, Adão, foi colocado no jardim para cuidar dele, nós, onde quer que estejamos, temos a responsabilidade de cultivar.
We have the responsibility to develop the creation as well as protect it. Small actions to take care of the environment, conscious choices is part of our contribution. Even an event like this, where we take care of this, it's part of the call, and to understand better the creation and to deal better with how we take care of this world. Secondly, the creation points to something that is bigger than us. We are reminded that we are not only to take care of the creation, it's taken care, so it applies to the challenges to take care of the cities. Remind us that the world that we live in proclaims the existence as a target shows we exist a creator that created everything, and this revealed to the human beings on its creation. The care with creation, it's not only a responsibility, but also a calling to take care of the world, that what we call on cultural mandate. We were called not only to relate to the creator, but as well with the cultural is how we relate to the world we are related. We are reminded of a purpose, and with the preservation of the world, we are taking care of solutions and the calling. Everything as a reflect of the love we have. So I hope we have an amazing event, and I would like to wish you an excellent event. Remind you that while we're here, maybe we have situations with people that are, and we have.
Senhor Deus, obrigado pela semana que se inicia, a semana de trabalho. Obrigado pela saúde que o Senhor nos dá para trabalharmos. Obrigado pelo cuidado com a criação a qual o Senhor nos desperta. E rogamos a Ti, Pai, que o Senhor abençoe esse evento, faça com que seja um evento muito proveitoso, abençoe cada professor, cada autoridade, que o Senhor abençoe não eles apenas, mas os familiares deles, Senhor. E nós aproveitamos também para rogar por aqueles que nessa semana, nesses dias chuvosos, estão sofrendo, perdendo patrimônio, passando por momentos difíceis, que o Senhor seja aquele que cuida dessas pessoas, aqueles que estão nesse momento passando frio, que o Senhor possa estender o teu braço de misericórdia por meio de outras pessoas, aquecendo eles, e que eles se sintam amparados e cuidados pelo Senhor. Abençoa todos os meus amigos aqui nessa manhã, Pai. Nós oramos assim em nome do Senhor Jesus Cristo. Amém. Deus os abençoe grandemente.
Obrigada, reverendo. Convidamos para
Thank you.
realizar a sua saudação a professora
I would
doutora
like to
Ana
call
Paula
Professor
Cury,
Dr.
docente da
Ana
Faculdade de
Paula Cury,
Arquitetura e Urbanismo,
Professor
uma das
of
orientadoras deste
Architecture and
evento.
Urbanism College.
Queria agradecer a todos pela presença, o
Thank
apoio
you
da
everyone for the presence and the support of the Mackenzie University. This event is the result of 3 researches in collaboration. Climapolis framework that 7 years has been sourced by the German government, and we are working on the nationalization through the Science and Technology Institute and the Cian Clima, focused in cities and adaptation for the changes of climate that is originated here in the University of Mackenzie. We have around 15 people from outside of Brazil. We have 30 from other states, and we are 30 in general. The project has as goal to talk on the transdisciplinary and transnational talks, to have the contribution to ensure our right to the future. Thank you for being here.
Convidamos para realizar a sua saudação a coordenadora do projeto
We invite the coordinator of Climapolis, Professor Maria de Fátima Andrade.
Bom dia a todos.
Morning.
Primeiro vou começar agradecendo, né, a Ana Paula.
I would like to thank Ana Paula for the organization, Professor Renato for being here, and Mackenzie for having us. I'm here representing Climapolis, and I would like, during the days, we're going to talk on how INCT have begun and how the idea of having a submission for CNPq of this institute, together with efforts that initiated with this collaboration with researchers from Germany, and to continue the work that was being done somehow with a lot of dedication from both groups here and outside, and a lot of ideas that are very interesting, and this need to gather more people within the country that has been working with environmental situations, improving the products that could be applicable products within the communities, the city halls. So a way of turning this into a more efficient thing nationally is the idea that we're going to pretend in the National Institute. And it's a lot of what CNPq has, together with several participants and universities, communities, and work groups. So I'm just here to wish a good week for all of us. Thank you.
Convidamos para realizar a sua saudação o investigador principal do projeto BMBF,
the main investigator Climapolis, related to methodology group, Professor Dr. Grubesser.
Good morning to all of you, and a little break in English for a few minutes. I would like, first of all, to thank the University, Mackenzie, and also all the Brazilian friends to welcome us from Europe to basically participate in a very interesting workshop that will last all week with different flavor, different groups that will be involved, but all about urbanization, climate change, and essentially about the future. And so I would like to say I'm representing Climapolis, which we started about 5 years ago now. The idea was at that time to bring together scientists from Europe and scientists from Brazil to think about the future of the urban areas, about the cities, about megapolis. Since then, the world has changed a lot, and not necessarily in a more peaceful way. And so I think that it's important that we reflect a little bit about the role of the scientific community in this new world that becomes more tense, a lot of geopolitical concerns. And what is the role of the scientific community? I think, personally, that we are all part of the same large family. We are there to better understand and perhaps to advise, but we're also there to maintain peace in the world and to maintain cooperation, exchanges, and really the working together. And that was probably around the theme of climate and climate, urban climate, that was really probably the fundamental issue. Let's try to build partnerships. Let's try to make those partnerships strong. Let's make those partnerships long-term. And I think this is an example where we have succeeded, at least for the first 5 years. But I see that it will continue, especially here in Brazil. We hope very much that we will remain part of it and that we will be working with you still for a long time in the future. Thank you.
Convidamos para realizar a sua
We
saudação o professor
invite
Felipe
to
Assis
make
Nakamoto,
its
docente da
saudation
Faculdade de Direito. Está aqui
Felipe
presente o
Nakamoto of the
Dr.
University,
Chiarello,
Professor
diretor
Dr.
da
Chiarello,
Unidade.
Director of the unit.
Gostaria de dar boas-vindas. Cumprimento os presentes na figura do diretor da faculdade.
I would like good
Em nome do professor Dr. Felipe Chiarello, diretor da Faculdade de Direito da Universidade Presbiteriana Mackenzie, gostaria de dar boas-vindas. Cumprimento os presentes na figura do diretor da Faculdade de Arquitetura e Urbanismo da Universidade Presbiteriana Mackenzie, professor Carlos Leite, e é um motivo de grande alegria o fato de a Universidade Presbiteriana Mackenzie sediar discussões tão relevantes para o espaço urbano como as que envolvem mudanças climáticas, permitindo um rico intercâmbio de ideias com renomadas instituições nacionais e internacionais, seja no âmbito governamental, seja no âmbito acadêmico. Sabendo que esses eventos da natureza impactam sensivelmente nossa vida atual e a vida de futuras gerações, é imprescindível um olhar transdisciplinar e global, a fim de vencer com inteligência os grandes obstáculos que se apresentam. Diante disso, eu desejo uma rica e proveitosa semana de trabalhos. Em nome da Faculdade de Direito, muito obrigado.
Convidamos para realizar a sua saudação o diretor da Faculdade de Arquitetura e Urbanismo, professor Dr. Carlos Leite.
Bom dia a todas e todos.
Good morning, everyone. In June of this year, we were able to talk with the Secretary of Climate Change, Renato. And Renato put us a challenge. He asked if Mackenzie would be able to help us as university, one of the main universities of the country. I was there with the Director of Architecture and Urbanism college, and he was his colleague, and he works with environmental rights. So maybe you could help us to ask Mackenzie professors and students and researchers together, and they said yes. We worked and we're going to go forward. This is one of the samples. This work is exceptional. This is the biggest event of our unit of FAU. And I would like to thank everyone involved, mostly Ana Paula Curi and Renata, because it's the university working in a very robust way, research, applied, and generating a lot of social impact in one of the most important issues on the planet today. So congratulations.
Convidamos para realizar a sua saudação a presidente do Conselho de
We call
Arquitetura
the President of Architecture and Urbanism, Mrs. Karina Moreno de Camargo.
Bom dia a todas as pessoas presentes.
Good morning, everyone. The Council of Architecture and Urbanism thank for being inserted in this organization for many people and many groups. I would like to thank on behalf of Ana Paula Curi that besides being a teacher here, she's one of the representatives of the architects from the state, and she's been promoting this talk among university, research groups, and the council. For us, it's very recent, is a calling that the council has had, that it's relevant for the society. We have a mission that more than to rule is to protect society. And in this calling for actions that shows the representations to beyond these activities that are final for us. So this year, this gathering, I was elected president, and together with our colleagues, we've been working on some cooperation situations to put us together with, and I would like to highlight the agreement that we signed with the climate secretary, and something that we've been working with, and some secretaries that are here, the need recognized on participation on the continuous training, and almost also with the sharing with the challenge of the contemporary society, the action on the system. So we are absolutely available for all of you. It's a pleasure to receive part of the event on our house. This afternoon, we're going to have an activity there in the Historical Center of Sao Paulo. Maybe it's one of the main examples of the impacts that we can think on this climate change and other situations. So for our invitees, it's a sample of what we've been living. So we are absolutely available for all of you. And it's with a great pleasure that we participate and feel very welcome to work with this group and all the involved incorporate these relevant systems.
Convidamos a professora doutora Maria Cristina,
Professor Dr. Maria Cristina Trigueiro for research that is representing
Marco Túlio de Castro Vasconcelos.
Bom dia a todos, sejam todos bem-vindos. Estou aqui representando.
Good morning, everyone. I'm representing our dean. It is an honor to represent the dean in this morning. Mackenzie has an investment in internationalization projects and networks that are collaborative between professors of Mackenzie and other universities in Brazil and teachers from other institutions. In 2018, Mackenzie was approved in an important call that was shared by CAPES, which was British professors that at universities already know this project, and we were taking care of making an investment like ever. So this event, and I believe that crowns 2024, not only for the urbanism project, but also with some partners, USP and Maria de Fátima talked this morning, and the University of Rio Grande do Norte. And here we have a secretary, Professor Renato, that is in charge of such important work in the state of São Paulo. And we believe that this event, besides being a result of 7 years of partnership between Brazil and Germany, and with financing of CNPq and our funds and many others that support, it helps with internationalization. That is very important for us, for you to see the project had at the end 12 projects, and one of these sub-projects is led by one of the professors of architecture and urbanism. And one of the lines of the project is all the challenges that are related, everything that is going on with climate change and the impact that has with vulnerable population. And we have some goals with this sub-project related to mental health and for those who are impacted with this climate change. So I believe this event strengthened a lot these networks where we want to maintain and increase within the next years. And for us in the future, I put this as a challenge. And Professor Renato and Carlos that are here through Mackenzie to develop some other projects, political, economical, within this challenge. We have a program here that are involved in human development, in mental health with population that are more vulnerable using georeference system. And it's very important for us and end up impacting the state of São Paulo completely. So welcome. I wish we have an amazing event, and thank you for the opportunity.
Convidamos o excelentíssimo secretário executivo municipal de mudança climática,
Secretary of Climate Change, Renato Helini, to say his good mornings. Morning. When we say good morning, is the extension of what we've been shared here. So when we wish good morning is because we want the day to be good. And we hope the people to answer. It is a good day. And we begin thinking about the biggest threat to the planet. It's not the planet that is going to suffer. It will continue to exist, but our species won't continue here, and we were a horrible helper here, and scientists are depressed because everything that was announced here is happening now, everywhere. Yesterday, I came from Luanda in Angola, and they are very concerned with the lack of resources, water. The vice governor of the province, they need to plant 10,000 trees, sharing with the world community, because Angola does not have these resources. And the minister was working on the COP16 in Colombia, bringing the same request. And here in São Paulo, we have are situations where we have 30 million people, most of them vulnerable, those who suffer the most, those who cannot build, architects, urbanists cannot build solid and does not even choose the better place to do this densification, this demographic that is disastrous. We see the invasion of our water flows that is not destined to live and is being seriously compromised with this expansion. More and more people are arriving. Sao Paulo cannot stop. Sao Paulo would need to stop. Who is willing to stop Sao Paulo? So it's important for the academia to reflect and to work, because we have three pillars. We have the teaching, extension, and there's a lot to be done. Mostly in extension is the cities that has a lot, needs to be protagonists of this situation, of this awareness, and needs to improve this situation. Maybe we don't have time to go back, but we need to talk more about adaptation than mitigation and attenuation. So I'm very glad, Ana Paula, Carlos, to Professor Maria Cristina, Renato, and all people that are taking care of an answer to a request of the City Hall that has to face these situations and has a lot of good will and needs the involvement of everyone. No one is free.
Eu costumo dizer, não há inocentes na questão climática. Todos nós, quando gastamos muita água, quando gastamos muita energia, quando
when we use a lot of water, when we throw solid waste in excess, we are the champions of waste, a production of 15,000 tons of solid waste. None of us is really far from doing anything. So the City Hall is doing, Ricardo Nunes has created this secretariat. They say, speak a lot, they seduce everyone, but there are some people that are really acting like Marcos Monteiro, the Municipal Secretary of Infrastructure and Works, the Arminio, who is also for urbanism and licensing. We really need everyone in order, and congratulations, Mackenzie, one more time, once again, leading this, showing that education vinculated to practical, to practice, and with the inspiration, divine inspiration, we really need to do miracles when it comes to it. We now invite the excellent Municipal Secretary of Planning and Urban Licensing, José Armênio de Brito Cruz, for his greetings.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to participate in the opening of this workshop that is really approaching urgent issues of the moment we are living in our, I would say in the city, but it's not only in our city, we are facing this worldwide. And for me today, as the Secretariat, I have been working for 4 years in this sector of urbanism. We are in charge of the structure of the occupation rules of the environment. And what we are living today, and everybody's talking about when it comes to climate change, it's directly related, like Darlene mentioned, with how we are building in the cities, what the guidelines are, what the rules are that will lead the city to happen the way it happens. So the Urbanism and Licensing Secretary have been in charge of, especially in the last 3 years, to revising the strategical plan and the zones according to the law. We have done this, and the House of Representatives, they have approved it between year 23 and year 24, the proposal that the mayor, Ricardo Nunes, took there. And I am saying that because maybe you haven't noticed, maybe in the heated discussion sometimes when they discuss about these laws, some of the issues that were listed there. When it comes to climate change, they talk it's very specific about the environment we live in. The climate is also acting on it. And the city is the environment that was built in the midst of all of this. And there is an article, the law project that was sent to the House of the Representatives. They give light when it comes to the environment, which is the article 3rd of the zones, talking about the geotechnical letter that the City Hall, with in an agreement with GPT, they developed. It is registered in the platform. So this geotechnical document would determine where the city is more apt to receive constructions of one type or the other. And this is already listed there, and the zones also is directed to it. So all the actions are guided by it. These articles also mention when it comes to the Atlantic forest, massifs, or river, water, the rivers that are also located, they will also show what is the possibility of constructing in this area. So I think this was really something, an important guideline that the mayor sent to the House of Representatives to revise this law, and also the director, the master plan. This was before the tragedies that took place there in Rio Grande do Sul and all the process we are living. This is a process that for the ones who are attentive to, they see that it is accumulating, and we see your efforts here in the academy. It's important so the rules can be constantly improved. And I would like to wrap up, to conclude with something I think is very important. I would like to greet Ana Paula, Renato, Carlos, all those people that are here in Mackenzie discussing all this and mentioning something that I also think is an important, crucial action of the city that took place last Thursday. Last Thursday, in the mayor office, they presented a plan that was developed by SMU in the last year, which is the hydro via plan. This project, the beginning of this process that is going to be discussed with the society in the next months, so we can approve this master plan in the city. It was developed with a cooperation agreement together with USP, the São Paulo University, but it recovers, let's say, it has like paying off the city of São Paulo and its land. The city of São Paulo, in its development, denied waters. In the centuries that the city, they denied the presence of water. They would turn their back to it. Water was about sewage. It was treated as something that all the waste would be thrown in. This plan now, which is the first step, was given, and it was developed in SMU, in the Secretary of Urbanism and Licensing, to be discussed with the society in the next months. This tries to recover these waters and try to face water. Tietê River, Pinheiros River, Tamanduateí River, our reservoirs, Guarapirangas, Billings, and we start placing light at it, on the point of view of transport, passenger transportation, which is really important for the environment because they will start minimizing or reducing the emission of pollutants because the passengers can sail through rivers, and it also includes reverse logistics or the possibility of a waste or garbage be transported by the river. As you can see, reducing the amount of trucks. We see the dimension of trucks that would come and go and will be reduced when this can be done by boats, using boats, and this will start bringing a different city to the river. And I would like to conclude by saying that this is not just a plan. This has started already. The mayor, Ricardo Nunes, he is really sensible with this question and sensitive to it. So last year, he started, you can say a small, but I think it's a big decision that he took, which is the Aquático at Ipiranga. Aquático is a kind of transportation by boat that will leave from down there, the reservoir, Cantinho do Céu, and would get up there close to Santo Amaro. The population to commute 17 kilometers, something that would take around 2 hours to be done. The reservoir now is in 15 minutes. This is intelligence. With this intelligence that the environment, we can face the climate changes that we have been living. So a good workshop, everybody, the knowledge that is here is going to enter the city, and we are going to cooperate as much as we can with the environment. Thank you very much.
Neste momento, convidamos
At this point, we would like to invite Your Excellency, Municipal Secretariat of Urban Infrastructure and Public Works in the City of São Paulo, Mr. Marcos Monteiro, for his greetings. For his welcoming words, Mr. Marcos.
Bom dia a todos, prazer estar aqui
Good
com
morning,
vocês.
everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Initially, I would like to thank the President on behalf of the Mayor, Ricardo Nunes. There are many people who are not from São Paulo, so I would like to invite you to visit the city. I know that you're going to have busy days, but I think you can save a little bit of time in order to visit the city and see the hospitality, the gastronomy. You are all very welcome and enjoy your stay in our infrastructure here in São Paulo. I would like to thank firstly the hosts here from the Mackenzie University, Bruno Almeida, the Reverend who is here to represent the Chancellor, and Professor Maria Cristina Terreiro, Professor Ana Curi, Professor Carlos Leite, Camila Moreno de Camargo, who is the President of the Architecture Council, the board, Professor Felipe, also from the Law University here, our Secretariat, DC Clima, Professor Renato Analinhos, the Armênio, who have just spoken to us, Luciana Feldman, who is the chief of the offices, Professor Dr. Rinaldo Anelli, who is the investigator of Cian Clima Project, Professor Gui Bracer, the main investigator of the project. You are very welcome, Professor Gui, Professor Dr. Maria Fátima de Andrade, Judith Helsman, and Professor Rita Inoue. I would like to congratulate all these people I mentioned and people I may have not mentioned for the project that was developed. Professor Ana Paula was telling me that it has been 7 years of work in this joint mission together with Germany, and now nationalize the project, and we are surely going to move forward very productive action for this project. You have all seen what is happening with the climate in the world. Here in São Paulo, we observe in CIURB the infrastructure and works secretariat, the foundation, the technologic center also at USP. And in this context, we have CGF, which is the emergency management center in the city. And we have been seeing the evolution. We have really detected extreme climate events with a higher concentration of the rain, a short time, which for the drainage infrastructure is a very delicate situation and makes us, we have to constantly change our plans. But we have been lucky to having a mayor that is extremely sensitive to this issue. So Ricardo Nunes, the mayor in 2022, created Ciclima. Nalim, the secretariat, was extremely modest when he says that the secretariat is just, I know this, there is a lot of brains there thinking about what is important for the city, because it is a secretariat that has the planning actions in order to make the city more resilient. And then Nalini, the secretariat, arrived this year or last year? This year. So he joined this secretariat this year, but he has provided an interesting dynamic to the secretariat. Another important action last year was the formation of a group to improve the conditions of the risk areas. So the climate secretariat for the planning, and this group working with the immediate answers to improve resilience in order to improve the conditions of the people who live in the risk areas. I will not speak much about the actions because I will have the opportunity to make a presentation soon to go a little bit more in detail about this resilience improvement, but I would like to wish you all a very nice event, a productive one during this week. I'm sure we are going to learn new ideas, good plans in order to face climate change. I wish you all a very good day.
Obrigada, secretário.
Thank you, Secretary. Now we have the institutional speeches. I would like to thank the presence of the authorities. We are going to have a 45-minute break for the coffee break that will be served in the external area. And we are going to return with the panel Management Experience that will be conducted by Professor Luciana Travassos from the Federal University of ABC and Professor Renato Anelli of FAU-Mackenzie.
Da Faculdade de Arquitetura e Urbanismo. Pesquisa do CNPq, da Embaixada da Alemanha, do MAC Pesquisa e também da Faculdade de Arquitetura e Urbanismo da Universidade Presbiteriana.
At the Presbyterian University, Mackenzie. The organizers of this meeting are the Meteorology Institute, Max Planck from Hamburg, the USP, the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, the Architecture and
Também contamos com valioso apoio do Centro Alemão de Ciência e Inovação de São Paulo, o DIVIHA, a International Water Association, o Brookline Working Group, que reúne pesquisadores
the Brookline Working Group that gathers researchers from United Kingdom and Brazil, São Judas Tadeu University, and the support of the City Hall through the Secretariat of Climate. We also have many thanks to be given to the main researchers of the researching nets, BMBF, Clima Policy, and Climápolis, Professor Gui Presser, Professor Maria de Fátima Andrade, Professor Judith Roseman, and Professor Renato Anelli, and Professor Rita Inui. Also to the managers, Professor Carlos Leite, Professor Ana Gabriela Godinho, and Professor Celso Sampaio. I would like also to express how thankful we are to the Director Climapolis on behalf of Professor Judith Roseman, Professor Rita Inui, and the Master Diego Arruda, Professor Afonso de Castro, and Professor Ana Paula. I would like also to say how thankful we are to the scholarship students that really worked for this event: Anderson Rudke, Prilly Mucetola, Bruno Santana, Camila Lawrence, Glaucia Marilac, Igor Tiburcio, Cauã Gabriel, Rosa Santos, Sara de Andrade, and Samantha Rui. We also would like to thank the support of all the administrative personnel, Eline Dumas, Fabiana Queiroz, Geisa Carina, Gilvanete Maria, Lilian de Fátima. Thank you all. And now I would like to invite to the stage Professor Judith, who is going to have the mission, because we have some special acknowledgements. This group was built with a huge special effort and would like to pay homage to these people.
Obrigada, Ana. Bom dia a
Thank you,
todos.
Anna. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet everyone here. It's a big pleasure to be here and to put so many people together from different cities and states in Brazil to this event, from the three projects, Cia Clima, BMBF Clima Policy, and NCT Clima Policy. It's a great joy. I would speak to a person in English, and then I will return to Portuguese.
Still on the acknowledgements of our event, that it could be put into practice. And you have been mentioned before, Guy, but we would like to express our huge thanks and thank you for all the work that you did to found the first Climapolis project funded by BMBF, having the idea and the long reach outlook to construct these initiatives, which in the end led to INCT Climapolis, which will be a project that will be going until the end of 2027, and we have a good chance, if we do our jobs well, to extend it even further. So we are very grateful for that, and huge thanks to you, Guy. Also, we want to grab the opportunity that Nico Caltabiano is here, who was the first project manager of BMBF Climapolis, of the first German-Brazilian project that started in 2018. And he did an amazing job in putting the project forward as a project manager. And we also are very grateful for that, and thank you a lot how you did that in an excellent manner, and thank you very much for that, Nico. And it's really a pleasure to have you here, and who doesn't know, Nico, he's working for WMO in Geneva, in Switzerland since 2 years, 3 years. Yes, and now he's in a position where he's again doing some work that can be related to our topics in Climapolis. So if you want to know more about it, talk to Nico whenever you have an opportunity this week. So we can have you on our project, INCT Climapolis project, Nico. It would be really a pleasure to have you participating. Okay, and then we also want to mention Professors Rita Inouye and Professor Anita Engels, who are the two directors of the virtual Climapolis laboratory that we founded, I think, in 2019, or even in the first year of the BMBF Climapolis project, to have a formal framework between USP and the University of Hamburg to do our work within Climapolis. And this virtual laboratory is still existing and is valuable if we want to formalize project proposals, maybe for specific projects of a sub-network or something. And Rita from USP, from IAG USP, and Anita, professor from the University of Hamburg, they are the co-directors of this virtual lab. So we want to thank them a lot for their amazing work in the last years until we were able to found INCT Climapolis, where Rita gave a major contribution in writing the proposal. And we want to thank her a lot for that. Then I want to mention to everybody that we have quite a few people from the northeastern region of Brazil here. I just realized that I didn't switch to Portuguese. I think I will stay now with the English. Sorry, I didn't realize. But I hope the translators are doing a good job. So I really want to thank all the colleagues from the Northeast. It has been a huge opportunity for us to participate in the INCT Climapolis, and everybody is very motivated with a lot of great ideas, and we are having new initiatives every month basically, and new ideas, and the network is growing and flourishing, and it's really great that you are all here. In the middle of the semester, everybody teaching, but you took the week to be here full time to participate in the event and show what we are doing in Natal and maybe other cities of the Northeast. Last but not least, I want to thank all the IT people who are making this work here. So without them, an event like this will not be successful. So thank you to all the IT team and also all the translators who are doing their work, their best to be able to translate our scientific jargon during this week. So thank you very much. It's fundamental to have you on board to make our event a success. Thank you very much.
A special thanks for our colleagues from Germany, India, United Kingdom, Africa, and Israel, who is attending this meeting. We are very happy to have this transnational dialogue, scientific dialogue. Thank you so much. And I'd like to announce that we have field visits on Wednesday Please subscribe in the forms for arrange the place in the buses. We have 4 visitings, one for the Sem Terra movements in Americana, one to the Lajado catchment area to see the real world lab that I'm leading, another one to show the heat island and differences of temperature in the rich neighborhood of Morumbi and the favelas of Paraisópolis, and another one to the north part of the city where the regional development is promoting devastation in the green coverage of the soil. So it is 3 stressors and problems that economic development are stressing climate change. So it will be a very important field visit that we can see at the field side the challenges of the municipal government have to deal with all these contradictions that lead our built environment. It's not about only the ideal city, but how to deal with real problems being in the city of São Paulo. So now I will announce, I'm forgetting something? No, okay. I will announce the next round table. Ok, então agora vou anunciar a nossa...
I will announce now the next round table.
Ok. E a nossa próxima mesa...
And our next round table is on the management of the hydric resources, a debate about the experiences in Porto Alegre and São Paulo. I have the honor to invite to the table our Secretary of Urban Infrastructure. He has big challenges in the São Paulo, Mr. Marcos Monteiro, who is an honor to have here in our meeting, Professor Carlos Tucci, who is now the director of HENA Analysis and professor of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul, Daniela Benfica, who participated in this experience in the beginning and now is a member of the Strategic Programs Board from International Water Association. And to moderate this table, I will invite Professor Renato Nelli from our program, who is also going to open the table and make an announcement of a very important breakdown of this project. And also Professor Luciana Travassos, one of the pioneers when it comes to urban planning to treat water issues and who accepted to participate in this debate. I hope to have an excellent round table now.
Fala aqui primeiro. Não, eu falo primeiro pouquinho, depois
I think that I can speak a little bit and then I invite you to come. Otherwise, I think it's come and going. So first, I would like to thank very much this opportunity of being here all together in this research projects that we have been developing with Mackenzie. Mackenzie has offered to have such a big meeting, 350 people subscribed, a lot of people follow us online, huge presence here in the auditorium as well. So it's not always that we can have such opportunity. So I'm going to start with a brief introduction. I was supposed to say that earlier, but just to remind you that in February 2018, Professor Gui Brosser invited us. We had a meeting at INPE in São José dos Campos. Fátima, Rita, Pedro, many of us, to discuss about the kickoff of Climápolis. So me and Ana Paula, we had worked with the green infrastructures, now we say SBN. So we got there and we noticed that we didn't know a thing about climate change. So it was a shock for us. And then the first question was, what can we do, we architects, with our background, what can we do in this project? How can we cooperate with the project? This was undoubtedly the first year we spent reflecting on what kind of help we could offer. So this challenge was very productive, intellectually speaking, politically speaking, technically speaking, because with all this the deployment, all this that we are doing so far. So I have joined Mackenzie and Paula the same, and we were very welcome here with the resources, with the research that allows us to have this mobility, all this flexibility. And here we focused on the construction of this, we have like a name, which is Cian Clima, City Infrastructure and Adaptation to Climate Change, as a challenge really focused on adaptation. And all our reflection came focused on resilience and adaptation until May this year. So with the disasters that took place in Rio Grande do Sul, that in my opinion show we don't know what is necessary to be done in order to adapt the cities, not Porto Alegre, but all the cities to this kind of situations. You know, this scale of extreme events we have. Either we face efforts, mitigation efforts, very radically doing, or we won't be able to, the adaptations we can do, you know, it's like it will be impossible to reach. So with this in mind, we have to redirect a bit the development of our research and our guidelines in our master and PhD in order to be focused more what would be possible for the adaptation and mitigation in the urban area. It has helped a lot as a reference. The R6 from Pesquisa dedicated to the cities. There is the executive report, which is very rich and give us the guidelines of what must be done in the cities, what paths, what's going on, what's not efficient, what is possible to be efficient. So this is the moment that this group is now coming here, and it was with this in mind that we organized this agenda for the debates for these days. Of course, that now with Valencia last week, the scale goes even further, even higher. It elevates even more, but it shows even more than in Porto Alegre or Rio Grande do Sul, how heavy the burden, the negative burden of our technical knowledge in the 20th century. Because we deviated the river and the extreme event made the river return to its original place. And then the city was whipped out. It's far for us to know how many deaths happened there in Valencia with this event. So this is how we joined these debates this week. Before talking about the debates, I would like to make a brief announcement, because something important we had in all these years of work together with Limápolis and the German and Brazilian network, with our colleagues that who we have a rich partnership too. We call Blue Kings, Brazil, UK, and India. From the Anglo-Ruskin University and the Indian Institute of the Madras Technology, International Water Association that we have worked with. All this exchange we had resulted in an action that I am now coordinating. I started coordinating last year, which is the organizers of the next in São Paulo, the Exposition of Architecture in September 2025, and the topic is exactly the climate. The title is Extremes, Architecture for the Warm World, Architectures for Overheated Planet. And we have 5 topics that somehow try to create guidelines, structures to organize this reflection. The first is to advocate for forests. The second is to live with waters. The third is to access and commute together, because it doesn't help changing the energetic matrix. We have to review our transport modes and our urban planning in order to avoid that amount of commuting. And the fourth is to redesign more and build less, thinking about the problem that we have, demolishing, not thinking about the construction, which is the topic now, the emission of greenhouse gases, and all this, which is to ensure climate justice, because the difference, everybody is affected, everybody suffers, but the most vulnerable who contribute to the less to the climate change are the most affected people, the ones who suffer the most. So with this perspective, we invited all the researchers in order to join us. We are going to have a public call in November for proposals, workshops, seminars, labs, and exhibitions for the next year's biennial. You are all very welcome here again to São Paulo to participate in this event. So, having said that, let's start with our roundtable, which is, of course, be directed to this subject which affects us the most, which is this management of the pluvial waters, storm waters management experience. Professor Carlos Tucci is going to talk about his long experience in Rio Grande do Sul. Daniela Benfica and Marcos Monteiro here from São Paulo. After, they are going to be introduced, but we are going to start with Marcos. Marcos, I would like to thank you, your availability to be here with us. Marcos is civil engineering, also a council from the Brazilian Association of Engineering and Structure from 2008 to 2010, and Consic Fiesp from 2008 to 2010. He was president of São Paulo Obras from 2020 to 2022, and since then he is the municipal secretary of this. For the ones who are not from São Paulo, I would like to remind you that São Paulo has a system, a planning system for drainage, which is one of the few big municipalities in Brazil, which is the water basins and the channels that Marcos Jar explained this a little bit more, but it was developed together with CIUB and the FCTH technicians, which is a foundation connected with the University of São Paulo. It is a very good job. Few cities have what São Paulo has, because there is a legislation, also considering soil, hydrological calculations, checking the infrastructure, drainage infrastructure, the capacity, and they always present 3 or 4 alternatives, proposals to be developed. And then, starting here now, special to Marcos, there is always an alternative with SBN, but it is never chosen. We are now waiting for the moment to have this. We know that these technologies are new ones, and the responsibility in a city such as São Paulo to introduce this kind of infrastructure is huge responsibility. So I understand that we have to be careful about it, but we have made some important advancements when it comes to the pluvial waters infiltration, as a big amount of linear pages that have been implemented by the Green Secretariat. And unfortunately, Tamires, who was going to present this, could not be here. But at some point, we are going to show this work that they have been doing. So I would like to invite to the stage for her speech, Marcos. Thank you once again, Marcos.
Tenho passado. Funciona.
Com licença, só uma pequena interrupção.
Just a little interruption. We're going to explain on the translation.
How to access the translation from Portuguese to English for those of you who don't know how to do it.
Bom dia a todos. Desculpa a
Good
interrupção,
morning.
rápido informe.
Sorry for interruption. Just to ensure everyone can understand both languages.
So I would give you just a brief, instructions on how to access the translation. I'll do in Portuguese, for the record, and then I do it in English just to make sure everyone's on the same page and can hear the presentation. Começando em português, pessoal. Quem quiser ter acesso à tradução, você acessa o QR Code e você vai ser levado para a página do evento. Na página do evento, a gente tem 3 links. A gente tem o link da manhã, o link da tarde e o link da noite. Você clica lá, você vai entrar numa chamada Zoom. Na chamada Zoom, se você está no computador, você vai no botão da interpretação, você pode escolher a língua, inglês ou português. Se você está no celular, você vai naqueles 3 pontinhos e lá você pode escolher a língua também. I'll just change to English. So if you want to have access to translation, so you can go to this QR code that will send you to the full program of the event. We have 3 links per day, 1 link in the morning, 1 link in the afternoon, and 1 link for the night sessions that will take you to the Zoom call that we have, where you can access and choose the language you wish to hear the presentation. If you are accessing from your laptop, you can go to the globe interpretation and choose the language you like to hear. Or if you're accessing from your mobile, you can go to the 3 dots and then you can choose which language you'd like to hear the session. Então, é isso. Desculpa a interrupção. A gente volta agora para a mesa. Obrigado.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Again, a pleasure to be here with you.
Aqui sem fio, que a gente dá aula e daí se pega e fica parado ali, as palavras não saem, né? Então, vou aproveitar que tem o microfone sem fio aqui. A ideia é a gente conversar um pouquinho do que São Paulo tem feito.
So the idea is to talk about what São Paulo has been doing with the management of rain waters. I began here in 2001. So the work in the papers of Professor Renato that talked here is a work that has come from other managements. The first management were from 2016, and this contract that I already begun, and these contemplate the obtention of data, and maybe it's one of the most important things is to collect the data and adequate collection of the waters, and contemplate the contract with CG, which is the management center, that besides monitoring the climate of the city, and we're going to talk about this, it is CG is the one that collects this data for the training books. So the idea is to talk about the technologies applied in this monitoring, and this is what serves as a base for the planning of the city. and talk about the immediate actions, more emergencies to protect people's lives.
Então, esse contrato do CGE,
here is the contract, and CGE talks about several instruments, not only collection of data, but also monitoring of the climate and monitoring mostly of rains that impact the city. So we have within the contract a telemetric network that is going to bring the data collection as it is here on rainfall, river levels, temperature, humidity, the winds as well, because São Paulo has a characteristic, it is cut by rivers in every region. And this brings a challenge. We had some rivers that were closed. A city is very impermeabilized. So what makes is that the water don't go naturally. So when we have infiltration, 75% of the water goes to the soil and falls to 20% when we impermeabilize. So we have a lot of water to be directed, and it gets most rapidly and causing flooding. Within the CG contract, we have 2 meteorological radars, one that brings a bigger ratio, part of the municipalities around the city of São Paulo, and less precision, and another one that is basically the metro area, where it's more precise, the information is more refined, and the size is smaller, and the preview models and flooding models. Here we have 2 graphs. One is the rainfall intensity on Tietê River. Here's the beginning of the rainfall, increasing the intensity of the rainfall. And this is how the variation of the river happens. On Tietê River, because it's a larger river, this increase demands amount of time, and then the level gets lower. Within the contacts with CG, we have some alert levels. So here, orange is an alert, pink is emergency, and red is flooding. On the smaller rivers, from the beginning of the raindrop and the wave that accumulate these waters gets to larger peaks in a smaller amount of time. Maybe sometimes in 20 minutes, this rainfall comes, and sometimes this with a larger fall as well. This is a victory for the city, where we can give more resilience in the sense of delivering the city back faster. But for those who live in houses where the flooding happens, for them, it doesn't matter if it's 10 minutes or 1 hour, because they lost everything they had. So it's important for us to give this resilience and avoid floodings. Here's one of the radars, images of one of the radars. Here is how this is the approach ratio in general. And this is a smaller precision, but we are able to assess an area where it affects. So the coverage area and the resolution in 500 meters, and these images are being renewed every 5 minutes. The other one, the other radar, it's less than 60%. It's 100 by 100 meters. This is installed in the southern area of the city, and this is the best instrument we have to measure rainfall. And we had the Formula One and prize this week, and we installed this within the Formula One, and we were able to start the race earlier because of the rain. So another instrument we're implementing in the city, and we are doing a pilot project, is emergency advices. We have a partnership with the public defense, civil defense force, for us to be able to bring solutions and alerts earlier for areas that can be affected by an extreme climate situation, and this alert will be able to be alerted for this specifically area. So our training books are structured for every hydrographic areas. And this is one of the areas where it's being implemented, the pilot project, and the population is going to receive alerts saying that in 1 hour we're going to begin the rains with intensity for people to protect themselves, and we have the civil defense forces in communities that are more vulnerable for us to be able to, and they're trained to understand what kind of movement they need to do in a situation like this. After collecting the data in the several rivers we have in the city, these data are sent and serve to math modeling for every area. So what we do is, within the computer with a specific software, we do the modeling of the area. I show the more telemetric areas, so the areas depend on the amount of draining and how we measure. And we also are careful not to project areas for the present situation, but preview the advancement of occupation following the plan, the master plan of the city, taking care of situations on urban development and occupation. All of this is modeled as we have the information on the rivers and the drainings, combined with the occupation and the amount of rainfall and the flooding we can have solutions. For a 50 millimeters area, we have a flooding area of 50 centimeters in a determined region. The math model needs to answer in this size and answering in a proper way. So this way we can calibrate the template. And for several historic situations we have, this is charged in the template until it's calibrated. So this is where we can project the alternatives of relocations or work sites that we can protect the city. Here what we see is a specific area of the city with no rains for a rainfall with a 10-year. This is 50 years and this is 100 years. For those who are TR is the time of return for this rain. If the larger the period, higher the volume that we have. And the idea is for us to give resilience for every region of the city gradually. Firstly for 10 years, then 50 years, and lastly what we understand as ideal, which is 100 years. So these are the answers the template gives us, the regions that are taken care of, and how it impacts every part of it. Another care that we can have within the contract is the monitoring of areas the climate change affect. This mostly with risk areas for landslides, and here in Brazil, the civil defense categorized the risk areas in 4 regions: R1, low risk, R2, R3, and R4, being R4 very high risk. And we have a challenge brought by our mayor to eliminate every R4 areas, and I'm going to show this work that we've been working on. The parameter we have together with CGE is that going up to 50 millimeters in 72 hours, we have to send alerts for the communities that are close by, because we begin to have some landslides risks. For you to, I don't know who were here on Saturday, several areas of the city got to 60 millimeters in 3 hours. So the rainfall on Saturday was very intense and very harmful for the city. Here is the monitoring that is done in yellow, the areas, the several risk areas that were beyond 50 millimeters in the last 72 hours. So in these areas, we already have an alert system that is sent to the communities. So this alert system is sent to some leaders of the community for them to talk to the population, for them to begin operation on evacuation plan. So our idea is to go from this alert that is only for the leaders to get to the whole population. So we talked on data collection, planning, the math modeling, and now we're going to talk about the planning for drainage. The idea within the data collection and modeling is to have subsidies to plan and manage the river basins. Here in São Paulo, the draining for rivers is done by the municipality, and the management for big rivers is done by the state. So Tietê, Pinheiros, and Tamanduateí rivers is done by the state, and this needs to be very aligned because you had several problems in the margins. And with this integration on information between the government of the state and the works that were done, we were able to avoid the flooding. So we did the mapping of the region, and from there, within the template that is calibrated, we propose the several interventions. From there, we have broadening of the galleries, we have new reservoirs, and other works with solutions based on nature for us to be able to improve gradually the resilience on the region. Besides the zoning of the areas, many times the measure is not only construction of new works, but the relocation of people, or to create alternatives to mitigate the problem for these people. And we have some data, a lot of emphasis in the solution based on nature, because São Paulo has different characteristics. The most central regions that are very well urbanized, we don't have time or space for solutions based on nature, but we've been doing some works on reopening of rivers, as I said, because we've been cutting this for a long time, and we don't allow for those areas that are closed to be closed, and we've been renaturing these rivers. So several parts of the rivers that were closed, when we do the intervention, we're able to open them back. So the other solution is to linear parks, and we've been doing this carefully because in general, and we end up creating a social situation for relocation of people. So as I was saying on the guidelines, and I talked about 50, but there are 25 on care on 10, 25, and 100 years, and we divide the actions in structural and non-structural. The structural, as we said, is the execution of new work sites, and the non-structural is on to take care of the flooding and allow a coexisting with the water. This is the mapping on the books, training books. We published 21. We had 6 when we arrived in 2021. We have 21 published, and we probably publish another 5 till the end of the year, and up to the end of 2025, we're going to publish the rest. So these works were prioritized with the areas where we had more flooding situations. And all of this action group takes us to diverse solutions that are presented in the books. This is a very urbanized area. The reservoirs are close to the Ibirapuera Park, where the reservoirs are done in a square, and they're going to be closed and revitalized. Here we have the plan. This is another example involving more solutions based on nature for the river Jacupeba, creating an area of infiltration besides the work with the river. Here is another on Mandaki River. Another action that we done in this management is the master plan for draining, because presently we have several works to be done, but the thing is in which order we do that, because the worst flooding is the one my house is within. So how do we explain people this? So the master plan work on this. We take several works. We're in the second edition with 97 works. We can work on this according to the social vulnerability, the floodings, the cost of the works, for us to justify present this for the population on how we're working in this. And because the city is not only about planning and we have several problems to be solved, we worked on risk areas. It's normal to see situations like this on the city, with the river going down and constructions on top of it, and we're not able to clean it, and people, mostly because of the rain, living within this situation on flooding and with the possibility of the house to fall and going within the river. The city has a plan to improve the resilience. We put within this plan 100 projects in risk areas, being geological and hydrological risk. These projects are mostly ready for us to begin the bids to work on the project that what the mayor said to eliminate the risk for. These are areas that increased during the years, and now we are looking to reduce this situation for the population. This is the amount of houses involved in every risk area. In R4, it's around 12,000 houses. The worst situation in Peru's Butantã neighborhood. For those who are going to go to the visitation, we're going to show you in Peru, and you're going to see, you won't see concrete, you're going to see the reservoirs that are totally integrated with nature. So within these projects, we have been developing the detection of the area, the geological study of the region, and proposing alternatives both in contention and images. Here are what we have from every project with main characteristics, and we have the basic projects for the beginning of the bids. Here are some actions that are proposed within the municipal plan. The sensor for moving to improve the telemetry areas, censoring the networks, to assess where we have any problem with these projects on rotation boxes, improving on management, and improving on the registration. This is what I had to show. I would like to thank everyone, and I'm here for any doubts. Thank you.
Bem, queria agradecer o Marcos, né, pela
I would like to thank Marcos for his presentation. We are going to leave the Q&A for the end, okay? So we can see the three presentations and we have the Q&A later on. I would like now to invite to the stage Daniela Benfica for the next presentation. She is civil engineer, a specialist in strategic planning and execution of projects. Now she is working as a director of strategic programming and engagement of International Water Association in London. And she had an important role some years ago as the general director of the water department, pluvial water in Porto Alegre. So she is going to make her presentation, and after that, we can have the Q&A, okay?
Coloquei cronômetro aqui.
I have a stopwatch here with me to control my time. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction.
Everything is working okay with the translation? Is it okay if I speak in Portuguese? Great. Bom, então vou falar em português.
Well, so I'm going to speak Portuguese. I feel much smarter in Portuguese, let's say. So, first of all, thank you, Renato. Thank you, Ana Paula, and the Mackenzie University for the opportunity of being here today. I'm here wearing two hats, let's say, with two different roles. But actually, my presentation is much more focused on my job from 1999 until 2018, the end of 2017, in the Department of Pluvial Sewage in the City Hall of the city of Porto Alegre. I started as a project engineer, and then I became the chief of the division for projects, and then director for the works. And in the last 1 year and a half, I was the general director of the department, and unfortunately, I was the last director of this pluvial waters department that is now extinct. So I would like this, but it is pluvial sewage. So I will have an introductory slide. I don't know. I think it's important, as we have people from different backgrounds, many architects and engineers and also students, maybe it would be interesting to have this reflection on the convergence, let's say, of the international debate when it comes to the environment and water. And also, this slide was prepared for another event, but I included information here about Brazil and how we have had a little bit behind in terms of time in this evolution. So this debate, this environment debate, started in the end of the 19th century with the creation of the National Yellowstone Pact, which was a milestone in this initial milestone, and it was initially for the preservation now of several landscapes and so on. So in Brazil, we see how a little bit behind, 40 years or more, late on that, because when we really started with our forest code, I think of our nurse park in Itatiaia, so we were a little behind. And totally separate from the environment, there was also the hygienist concern. And in that, Brazil, 50 years behind Paris, Haussmann, and many other initiatives around the same time, the United States and London, while here in Brazil, this generation was only in the beginning of the 20th century. This debate started to be a little bit closer on the 70s. In the 70s, it started in the 60s, but with the UN conference in Stockholm was a milestone when it comes to the environment debate, and there was a strong focus when it comes to pollution. And then this connected to water because this pollution was very important also at that time. So Brazil, once again, a little bit behind in the 80s. We had Cubatão that was there around the 80s. There was a little intervention, let's say, in order to solve this issue. From the water point of view, we started the corrective phase. We had the Clean Water Act in the United States, which is an important milestone in 1972. And in the 70s, they were talking about the low impact urban development. And in the end of the 80s, the SUDs on England. And these terms change depending on the context, the geographical context it is used. In Brazil, once again, you see this at least 15 years later, more than 20 years if we compare to the lead. Here in São Paulo, you have heard of the piscinões of Maluf at the time, and it was not urban planning, low impact planning, but punctual solutions for well-known problems. In the end of the 80s, in the beginning, in the early 90s, this was even more evident with the when we have the Sustainable Council and a change in the view of water management. So with that, we had Rio 92. In Rio 92, we consolidated a global understanding about the integrated management of waters. So this in the early 90s, but for example, this view in Porto Alegre, and Porto Alegre was a pioneer, there we started in the late 90s. Of course, now obviously we can see 50 years compared from Paris, we now reduced this. So you see now a convergence. Nowadays we cannot talk about these things non-connected. We put all this together, and water was officially part of the objective, There was no specific objective, but it is part of the environmental objectives of the SDGs. And the SDGs, it is officially one of the objectives, the goals, sorry. And when it comes to water itself, there are the multiple concepts that arose in the 90s, the beginning of the year 2000, the water sensitivities, water WSCU, WWC, nature-based solutions. We have the sponsorships, that is also the trend now. And in Brazil, I believe, in terms of academia and research, is now walking together. There was no, we are not behind anymore. But when it comes to implementation, we are still behind. However, we see a lot of evolution. We are still behind. We have to catch up. Now, we can talk about Porto Alegre, which is the goal of my presentation. So for the ones who do not know, Porto Alegre is the capital of the state in the south of Brazil, which is the state of Rio Grande do Sul, around 1.5 million inhabitants, one of the most populated cities. They have a stagnated growth for many decades. When I was a child, Porto Alegre was already 1.2 million people. Now it is the 11th biggest city in Brazil. We have a total GDP of 14 billion. It's the 9th in Brazil, but the GDP per capita is less than $10, which is almost 800 cities ahead of Porto Alegre. The HDI is considered high, 0.8, so it's the 33rd. But as the reality of all the developing countries, especially in Brazil, we have the GINI, which is very high in the city, which is 0.6, okay? Gini, 0.6. I don't know if this comparison is correct because this Gini from Porto Alegre is from 2010. And I'm considering Brazil's Gini from 2021. So I don't know if Porto Alegre is that unequal anymore, or if maybe the index is maybe closer to the average now. But Porto Alegre has the characteristic of having the water supply and sanitation services and wastewater. This is municipal service. It's not the reality of most of the municipalities in Brazil. And when it comes to water supply, it's 100% for many years, for decades, 100% of the population 24/7. There is no problem of intermittence. But our collection and water treatment for sewage, we have around 72% only collected, the wastewater collected, of which 50%, only 50% are treated. So we have 50% of 71.7. So the additional 20% is mixed sewage, which is thrown in our waters. And we have here jabuticaba. It's a fruit that is only in Brazil. So if something happens in Brazil, if it's only in Brazil, we say it is jabuticaba. So only in Brazil, we have mixed sewage. It is something that allows that with preliminary treatment, people can throw their sewage into the water, pluvial waters, directly. And we know that for a year, after 1 year without maintenance, this treatment is not effective anymore. So 20% of the city is collected through mixed sewage, which is thrown directly into the water river. So this is the reality in Porto Alegre, and my research is from this month, and I haven't seen anything different from what was happening there in 2017. So for 7 years, it is still the same. So here, just an overview of the city. So the Guaíba Lake, I'm not going into detail if it's a river or a lake, it's a polemic. I'm going to say it's a lake, but some people believe it's a river. So Porto Alegre has this characteristic. It is very close to a big volume lake. They don't know if it's a lake or a river, which drains the Jacuí Basin and a third of the state of Rio Grande do Sul. So 85,000 square kilometers, which is a huge water basin that comes to the Guaíba Lake and is stagnated because it is low speed, and it's connected with the Patos lagoon that has the influence of tides. And this lagoon is also, we have the influence of south winds. Here is the same lake, but now the lake into the city. You must have seen these sad images on TV, and here it's also Porto Alegre. So here you can see Gini in Porto Alegre. It's the city, which is not rare to have this kind of landscape in the city. So I like timelines, as you can see. So now I'm going to show you another timeline, which starts in 1941, when we had what was, until May this year, what was the major river flood in the history of Porto Alegre. So in 1941, this major river flood reached a volume that was just overcame by the floods in 2024. We were above quote 3 in 1967, in 82, 15, and 23. We had a protection system that protected us. But in 2024, it was not enough. There were many centimeters above this capacity of this protection we had prepared for the city. So this flood, there are several registrations until 4 since the 18th century. The 1911 was the first register of it, but we have had some floods since when it started being registered. So these floods led us to have a flood protection system that was basically a hygienist project, many engineers doing big works, structural works in the whole country. This was a very expensive system to implement. So here is a conception of the system. It's in 1968 that it was implemented. It was a system that was projected and partially implemented in all the metropolitan region of Porto Alegre, not the whole municipality of Porto Alegre, but also some other municipalities. So here you have the dikes that are the protection dikes for Gravataí River and Guaíba Lake, and internal digs for the main water flows reaching until down here in the south zone of the city. So this protection system was gradually implemented by the ONS in 1950 until 1980, and it was one of the reasons for the creation in 1973 of the Department of Pluvial Waters. This was the logo. I like this logo because if you turn it upside down, it's the same. And I only noticed this on a rug in my department, because either when we were coming or going, it was the same. And these are made of tubes. So this was created in 1973. It was born together with the same age I was born. And it was created to manage this system and to be responsible for urban drainage in Porto Alegre. It was the first, and as far as I know, the only department, municipal department. It was a secretariat. The director was a secretary in Brazil to be in charge only for drainage. So this protection system that was implemented from the 50s to the 80s, we had some cooperation agreements in the NOS, and it was transferred to the municipality from its execution. So the maintenance, the obligation of maintenance and operation. So the municipality of Porto Alegre received these mega works for 30 years, and it would be the obligation of this department to have the operation and maintenance of this system. And then in the 90s, it was extinct by DEP. I have to laugh, but so the NOS was extinct by the federal government, and the few works were now in charge of the city hall. So we had in 1999 a milestone in Porto Alegre, which was the first and second stage. It was just one phase, but the master plan, it was the first master plan of urban drainage in Brazil, and this put the two concepts together, the drainage notes with the master plan in one document, and São Paulo made this in 2016. So it was in partnership with the Institute of Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Professor Tucci is going to talk about that later. He was the coordinator, and this is when I joined in 1999. So the first phase, we chose 6 water basins out of the 27 that composes the municipality of Porto Alegre, different criteria. And these water basins were like a simulation using a model that was produced. It was not a commercial model. It is a model that only the guys there would know how to use. And then we had all the sketch, so we had some in-local checks, and then we made a mock test for 10, 20 years. We created those maps. It is really precarious. So this, with the traffic lights, with the flood points. So we made these simulations for 2 different scenarios, for the current scenario and future scenario according to the urban development plan of the city. And then solutions were generated using some control devices and the hydrogram, which compare these 2 solutions. So with the peak around the reservoir. So for each of the basins, we proposed some solutions, including quantified solutions. So returning now to our timeline, in 2007, we had a milestone that was the sanitation law. We had a serious problem of not receiving resources from the federal government. We were not included on that. So many proposals, programs that were created with different names. So in 2007, they said yes to this. This is part of the basic sanitation. And with that, doors were open, so we could have a fund from one of the PACs, the Acceleration of Growth Program. So we extended this work to all the water basins in the municipality of Porto Alegre. So the work was done with the same premises, let's say, because it was a very well-designed plan with good results, but we hired 5 lots of works. I was the coordinator of this project, and in this case, we decided that it would be commercial model software, not only the one. So we had this swim simulation for all these water basins. So this is Arroio Dilúvio. Arroio in Guepo is like a river. So it's the second biggest basin in the city. So all the red dots are the points of floods. And then in green, the reservoirs and the pads to be increased. And we saw this novelty for the rural basins in the extreme south of the city. So for TR, 10 years, there could be no occupation. That would be the idea of having a park. And for TR 50, there was a possibility of occupation with some restrictions that the area would be released for occupation. So this was the 3rd page of PDDRU. From 2012 to 2017, we had a big opportunity that was the prevention pack, and we could allocate 3 big projects at the time, a cost of 250 million reais. And for the prevention pack, we included Arroio Basin, which was the first I showed you, which is the most critical one in Porto Alegre. Now with some periodicity, some people die there because it's a fast basin. So we raised 107 million investment for this, 30 million for Moinho Basin that was studied on the first stage 2. and another 81 million to broaden the stations, the pumping stations for the protection system there. And I remember this data that I'm going to comment in the next slide. So in 2017, we had the extinction of DEP for several reasons. It was extinct. It was not very badly planned. There was a contribution of the events. Unfortunately, I don't know if if we had this, the results would have been different last year. So here the lessons learned. I will show the contradiction here. So the flood control system until the 90s, there was maintenance. It was reasonable, let's say, but after that, especially because of limited funding, CAPEX and OPEX, this maintenance is not good. So here I'm going to show the detail of budgets. These are the budgets of the three. This is the transparency portal in the municipality of Porto Alegre. So this is DEP, pluvial waters, DMI, it's water and sanitation, DMLU is cleaning and solid waste. So these are the three budgets. You can see that the DEP was also always the lowest. I'm not going to say why, or because it's a lot of demand, but it is a failure that solid waste, water, and sewage is permanent because we use it every day. And drainage, like you said, it only gets flooded when it rains. So this signs a little bit of what I told you, but I think the second graph is the most important because it talks about what was executed. So if you see the area of solid waste, basically it's very close to 100% of what is in the budget and executed. The ME had some peaks, but it was kept more or less the same, the average of 81%, while DEP was below 60% of executed. And you see that it was always lower than this after 2050 because we had less than 40% of our budget was executed. So the end of 3 months, April, September, you cut money from them. So a budget that was already low, so this was critical to explain. Another thing is when it comes to planning, we had a great planning. We were pioneers on it. It was a decade that we would go to every event. We presented our works. We published articles. Everything was beautiful, beautifully planned. We were also the first to implement control in our reservoirs in lot. So the first city in Brazil to include it in the law. And it was also in the law, the maintenance for the soil use, also the first city. So this really worked well. This is something we were really proud of. But due to several reasons, this did not make progress. And one of the points I would like to call your attention to is about political interference in the department, both for management and implementation. DEPS always had limited budget, even though it was really important. And the political interference, we had the directors from different areas of knowledge, but no engineers. So the last engineer was in the year 2000 and me in 2016. In these 6 years, we had a sociologist, an accountant, a business manager, a restaurant manager as a director. So, everything was hindering the work when those new people were hired. So this was, the cause. When DEP was extinct and became a secretariat, there was simply no other manager for these programs. It was not allocated and it was lost. The resources were lost. The only that moved forward was Arroio da Areia because the resources were in execution phase. The other two, to expand the pumping, houses were lost. It was a scandal, 150 million that were lost. So it was the money from the federal government that was lost. So now, I'm trying to finish this one. So here we have something that it's when it comes to staff. Né? We had trained staff, now we have lack of technical knowledge. Né? In the 90s, we had a strong group of people who had their master degrees, some PhD on the Institute of Urbi. So this really put academia together with the UNEP, and this generated all this planning work. So we had a trained staff that were able to make progress. But at the same time, it was only in our department. So the general public, the engineers that were there to approve the project, the architects, they didn't have this knowledge, and they were never our allies. And I'm going to tell a story of a friend of mine, engineer, and he swears he never done that. I hope it's true, that in our decree about the reservoirs, the detention reservoirs, there was a sentence saying that in case there were no technical conditions, a permit had to be presented. And he told me that the engineers, his colleagues, would charge, an amount of money and 5x to issue a report that showing that it would be approved in order not to have to implement the reservoir. So, of course, they were full of permits, and it was a very serious problem that happened there. And also the community participation, community engagement, because it was the golden era of participative budget. People were involved, people were engaged. We were there to present the projects to the community. There was a dialogue. This was really important. But the ones who participate in these meetings are the low-income population. So we had a serious problem, especially in Arroyo Basin, which is a basin that is low income, but also high income of the city that are affected. Deaths happen at this place, almost close to the Guatemi shopping in Porto Alegre, and this population, they were really well educated. It was beautiful, but they say, not in my backyard. And this population, I heard from one of them when we were talking about impermeabilization and things, somebody said, I'm a doctor and this is bullshit what you're saying. So this is a population that is a little bit more complicated to work with. It's possible, it's necessary, but it was difficult. We did not have the right approach. It was our mistake.
Alguns exemplos práticos das lições aprendidas. Isso aqui é o primeiro reservatório de detenção de águas pluviais implantado no município.
Some technical events.
O plano diretor era no loteamento, eles tinham que fazer uma obra de alargamento de canal para jusante, ia ser muito caro, a gente propôs fazer isso e foi feito, então, numa praça, ainda rudimentar. Isso aí já não é quando foi lançado, já tinha uns meses de obra, ainda precisava dar uma cortada no mato ali, mas estava direitinho, né? Nunca foi feita manutenção e, em 2012, esse é o mesmo local. Tá. A foto está tirada do outro ângulo. Tá? Então, isso aí aconteceu em 2012. E daí nós fizemos um mega trabalho lá. Foi basicamente uma reconstrução total do dispositivo. Tá? Não tem foto de como ficou. Aqui é uma das segunda, terceira bacia de...
Here is the first of second basin, and it's a permanent lake here, one of the biggest parks of the city. And this is how it was after a flooding, and I can imagine the work we had, and it was months and months of this. And we did some things because in the middle of the park, because if it was a forest way, we wouldn't be doing anything. So these are the results of the projects that the problems that we described. Here is the worst one that we lived with the I participated in all of my years, 20 years more discussions, not following the department and not to take it care and how to improve and to ensure that this was going to work in the future. And we had to go 10 and 20 times to go give interviews to try to see that this flooding could happen again. And even if we bring the wall down, we have to go. So this is the City Hall of Porto Alegre, and we have some pictures that we don't have the safety strap.
Dois slides para linkar com o trabalho que eu faço na IWA. Então, eu fiquei
So this is to link with the work I do in IWA. So I left the country and I work with the International Water Association. That, to explain, is like ABIS in international level. Two tools that I bring here to raise a discussion. This is water-wise cities principles are not updated. They were launched in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, and they are a form of translating for decision makers outside of the circuit in academia and engineers the concepts of design and low impact development. So these are 4 circles. The first is on the systems of regenerative systems. The third is on to the cities reconnected. And lastly, the community as a whole, the citizen, professionals, the decision makers, and the public policies makers. And building blocks, what do we need to get here? We need governance. We need knowledge and capacity. On our behalf, we had. On the side of those who did the projects they didn't have, and the planning and implementation, we failed a lot. Lastly, this is the last, is a book launched recently. I didn't read it yet. It's edited by IWA Publishing. We have a group of specialists in urban drainage that organized every 2 years the conference in urban. That was in Porto Alegre in 2011, and this group launched it. It was published in June, open access. You can have access to it through the QR code. And the subtitle is, "If anything exciting happens, we've done it wrong." And urban drainage works well if we don't notice it. If we notice it, it's because it's wrong. And basically it's on active management, maintenance. It's not operation. It's not turning the pump on. There's a lot of things involved in terms of risk analysis, improvement, scenario simulation. So this is very interesting if you want to check on it, and is to understand the context. Lastly, I would like to thank the opportunity, and I hope I wasn't too fast and the interpreters were able to translate. And we're here available the International Congress on
Nós estamos tendo agora em setembro uma outra conferência, agora em novembro eu estou indo para lá domingo em Curitiba, dos nossos grupos especialistas de small water and wastewater systems.
I'm going there this and resource sanitation. The conference on the group of specialists is going to be in Rio de Janeiro next year. And in 2030, we're going to have the International Congress on Water. Brazil is one of our focus, or Latin America, not only Brazil, so we're here available. We have another colleague here that is responsible for our program in the water professionals. So I'm here for it as well.
Bem, Daniela, super obrigado.
Thank you. This scenario for those who were there, it's important for us to reflect on the experiences we have. When
Só pequeno depoimento, já vou chamar o professor Carlos. Quando eu fui secretário de obras em São Carlos,
when I was Secretary of Works in São Carlos, I was responding to the professor of project, and maybe I'm not
12 dias de governo já
And
teve a primeira
12 days of government, we had the first of the
Eu tinha os professores da
floodings.
engenharia,
And we had the engineering, both sanitation and draining, that were in the government at that time. And
aprendendo com eles pouco essa
I
prática
learned with them on how to face the draining. But in the middle of the management, Professor Tucci shared a presentation. And besides having this,
de colaboradores que explicaram algumas dessas coisas. Isso eu estou falando 2002.
and this is what was 2002, and it was very important for my career, and we worked together in several things we weren't able to. So we had innovations.
A gente olhava Porto Alegre assim com uma certa inveja, assim, à distância, né? Assim, olha, eles conseguiram colocar uma lei de detenção no lote, né?
And we are able to do a detention law on the area, and this is something that we have a very small space to act. It's not possible to, and the cost is very high. We don't have equipment to take care of the area. This is not something that is going to solve the problem.
Dentro de sistema, né? E a gente isso e pensar o sistema espalhando, abrangendo a área pública, a área privada, no Brasil é uma coisa bastante distante. Né?
This is something very distant for you.
O professor Carlos Tucci, né, que já foi apresentado,
And Carlos Tucci,
e consultor, especialista.
the consultant and specialist that we presented. Thank you very much.
Bom, bom dia a todos. Obrigado pelo convite de estar aqui hoje. É sempre um prazer falar uma plateia como essa, contar pouco.
Thank you for invitation, telling about the aspects on the waters that have been important.
Eu sempre começo com essa.
I always begin with this transparency for us to do a good distinction, because we have a lot of situations with the floodings that happened recently, and between the type of flooding that we have in Porto Alegre and the origins that we have, the flooding that happens because we occupy the space of the river. This is a very big river, and we occupy the margin. And this happens in large rivers. The urban draining is something more recent because of the urbanization, and it's not natural. It is a process, anthropic process, because as we occupy the basin, we increase the area of the waterproof areas. So the problem here is of small basins where the sponge cities can be discussed. 100,000 square kilometers, talking about a basin and sponge fact doesn't make any sense because every area is rural. And this has been shared by important people. Sometimes I used to say, but they want something that they heard about. We have a lot of people that talk and don't know, because the flooding that happened, there were floodings. The best technology for this solution has 3,000 years. In Armana city, projected in Egypt, ancient Egypt, we don't occupy both sides of the river. And 3,000 years ago, and we still don't know how to do that. So we're going to talk about both things, mostly based, related to Porto Alegre, but most of it in 2023. Firstly, I'm going to share here the legal things, the management of floodings. It is within the flooding area. But we have three macro goals: the usage of the water, taking care of the water, and extreme events. But we did the law and never implemented the area because the law was misguided to not use instruments for this, and they still didn't do anything. And we have water safety, but we need to have this on the law. But it is a huge deficient in this sense. Here we can control the river flooding. This is in the sanitation area, is regarded within the law. And within, we have to obey the resources, the water resources. And everything that makes things the quantity and quality of the water. Who doesn't do that? The city does that everywhere. And it was never ruled, and when we regulated it, the council was against it. The problem are never the law, are us. So we have instruments. In 2023, we had a plan for the water agency financed by PIT, which is our company, was a bid. And we had a plan on how to do the management structure on rainwater for Brazil. I did that in 2005, and I ended it, and I didn't have where to deliver. This is something similar that is going on, which is the structure federally and a state level. We need to have a deliverance system for the cities, because they need to have the plans based on the control and quality that we need for the bigger rivers. Technical support, because we have to wait for the municipalities, and with the secretaries and state, without technology, capability, and financing, because all the investments are going to have in training and water projects, it's like lost fund. It's something that doesn't work financially, the financing of training, because it's much more expensive than sewage, because the draining of 10 years is 60 times the sewage. So the infrastructure needs to be larger. So it's more expensive. In operation maintenance, it's it's cheaper, but the investment is larger. And regulations that close the system. This is federal.
Das águas pluviais. Primeiro, você
rainwater. On the flooding, we need to have zoning and incorporate it to the master plan of the city to reduce the prejudice on this area. On urban draining, you need two components that are fundamental. Regulation of draining, which is something that we did in Porto Alegre, Teresina, Brasília, and Campo Grande. The best is Brasília because we have quantity and quality of the water. This regulation stay the same. And the property, we cannot, we improve the areas of, and we have a more expensive situation to increase the draining area. And so the decree, and there was a resolution for this, because the mayor wanted to be a law. The fact is, every construction we need to preserve the we don't have any waterproof area that is within this. We just need to know that if we increase the drain, and we have a cost. And
porque as pessoas vão ter que fazer isso.
Because we need to do this. And I said, why are they going to spend more money with this? Because they're going to spend more. And these individuals, they're eating in restaurants and sending the bill to the city hall. So for everyone going to do the structure, they have to pay for it. So this is 1/4 of the needed. And we have a problem in the calculation of the release of the water. I saw this in Belo Horizonte and some others. And people are annoying, saying that Sao Paulo is cheaper, a lot less than here, because we have a situation there. But let's say this, show that mine is wrong. This is, nobody wants to do what needs to be done. They just want to send the bill to someone else. I'm going to share some details. The structural plan of draining, we need to do this.
Normalmente, o 10 anos de tempo de retorno é a relação ótima economicamente. Porque o custo marginal de você ir para tempos de retorno maior,
the cost margin is
e não tendo menos benefício para tempos de retorno maior. E você, o que você faz? Você, para 10 anos, projeta para 10 anos e verifica para 25 ou mais. Mas com isso você cobre a cidade inteira e elimina...
We cover the whole city and we erase the prejudice of the plotting, how much it costs. And I'm going to show you, because we did the accounting for Porto Alegre. We have the conception of the solution, and then we can have the executive project. We have, and we can compatibilize the urbanization of the city. The ideal
que a gente fez projeto integrado. Por exemplo, numa região de Teresina, Lagoas do Norte, se fez tudo. Quando eu olhei para aquele projeto, eu falei, isso aqui não é inundação, isso aqui é esgoto, é urbanismo, é reassentamento, é tudo. E outra, o reassentamento, não faz sentido fazer reassentamento se não arrumar emprego para essa gente, porque eles vão voltar para o mesmo lugar que vieram. Por quê? Porque se ele não tem sustentabilidade econômica,
because we don't have sustainability.
Então não adianta arrumar uma casinha para ele, que ele nunca teve uma casa e ter que pagar o serviço. Então, uma série de coisas que foram feitas em Teresina que foi um sucesso até que a prefeitura
we did in Teresina, and then the World Bank left. These are specific things.
Nós não temos prestador de serviço.
We don't have suppliers. We need to work, we need to be, for example, the first city in the world to have summer utility. One of the first was Denver.
A região metropolitana de Denver, sabe quantas pessoas tem? Cabe numa sala de 100 metros quadrados. Ele terceiriza tudo, inclusive eles mudaram para o prédio das empresas.
And they changed their buildings to do a better work. Meaning, we need to be intelligent and not strong to do the proper service on operation, because you have some costs, maintenance, everything. But we don't need to have this amount of intelligent people who need to develop. So this is very important. How many we have here? None. The cities that we raise information here, and cities that we have someone who knows something about draining. We don't have draining systems in Brazil. And we don't have because we don't have cost recovery. It is in the law to be this rate, but no one wants to add it because it is a political suicide. The mayor said, I agree with this, we need the rate, but I'm going to support you as soon as I leave the city hall. These are some of the key situations. This is, and I'm going to go for because she shared all the information, and then it reached very few of the city, 3.5, 4. more than 300 years. And the statistic role, because if we have a small role, from the 90s, we began working with this, because I remember a TV show, they had 50%, 50%, and it doesn't make any sense. You cannot make decisions, even if it's for principles. And because we have this protection, when we have flooding, so you have to pay for the bill. And we have the right to not to do, but after you do is I'm in a condominium and now I'm going to say that this apartment is going to pay for the whole bill for the building. And at the end, I was able to change from 70 to 30, and the chamber approved, but I didn't have the chance to have this. In the case of the population that lives in the country, Daniela was saying, the Taquari Bay Basin, all the colorful areas there, that is from the Ducks Lagoon. We have only one exit from Rio Grande. Can you imagine 140,000 square kilometers with a very northwest, and we were able to measure 23,000. We have 40 days to leave, the water for the leave. Porto Alegre, around the more strict areas. So 1 or 2 billion a day, it's a lot. It's not a small basin. We need to have another view of this. She talked about this already. This is part of the perspective. 27 basins, 35% of the plain areas, and what we have around 45 kilometers. I'm going to go faster with this. These green areas are areas that are related to this, and the yellow ones are for gravity. We have some yellow areas that are from close conduct, and this is the perspective. Here we have a wrong data. I wrote 71, but it's 73. 82 up to 82. We did it in the university, a research of 4 years. We have a basin on flooding with 40 pluvials and 11 milligrams. It was the biggest one. We had a lot of material for publication. And then in 99, we had the training plan, and from 2003, we developed the barrier there, and in the areas and the peripheral areas next to the center, but used as avenues. These are, again, the conception was from this contract with the City Hall. In the structural measures, we have 20,000 liters per hectare. This is the limit, 20. The maximum we can leave a property, and the volume is 4.25. The area and the waterproof area, the volume to control, and the options to use infiltration, and the structural measure were the 27 basins project. Here, the decree that was done there, municipal, and several points there. We have 400, 500 through the city. In 2007, we did a study together with the City Hall when we got to the conclusion that we had an economy of 3 million a year of the costs avoided for not having the increase of this leaking. Here, what we had already here, we have within the bigger reservoir within the golf court, And this is the implementation part. This was implemented, and here we have an interesting data of these reservoirs, and we need to generate this and use it. We need 1% of the area, approximately. Here, it was 0.7%. The magical number of 1% helps a lot think. And another important value, another numbers that I had, when you get a hydrographic basin, you need $7 to $10 million per square meter of basin. When you use mortgaging, you have around 1.5 million. With these differences between the amount of dollars we can use to buy this area and do a greener city between one city and the other. So the draining solution, it's an opportunity. It's not a problem, it's an opportunity. Here is a recent work done in 22-23, where we did the assessment that the mayor wanted to privatize. Maybe he's going to do that. He was very pressured by the workers on the city hall. He wasn't able to do this on time. What we did was to do all the capex and opex of the draining, because he wanted to privatize water and sewage, and he wanted this to pay for the draining. For you to see, this is a capex cost of every station that we have, and 326 million. The solution of the 27 basins were 4 million, or the whole price was 4.3 million.
Now we have the OPEX costs, all the calculations for operation and maintenance of the VAPs, maintenance of macro drainage, 537 kilometers, more than 2,000 kilometers in the social cost. Everything is considered here, around 190 million per year, using the 23 calculations. Drainage based on the areas, the impermeable area, around 120 square meters, because in the United States they use ERU factor, which is based on the average area of the city. The ones that have more pay more, the one that has less pay less. So these are the calculations that we did. I have this published. So the estimated value for the average value was around 260 reais per year, which corresponds to 22.2 reais per month. It can be a little bit more. It's around the American value, which is from $6 to $7 per property. So this for the average value. Many will pay more, less will pay less because of this area. So this was the cost that is already calculated, and if the mayor really wish for, will make it privatize. No? So now let's talk about the flood in 2024 that Daniela mentioned, the Uruguay basin. The state has 280 square meters. Half is the Uruguay basin and the other half is this region. Especially the Patos, we have 7.5 million people. The metropolitan region, 4.1 million. And also the slow action. There you had huge volume, Lajeado, almost 30,000 square meters per second, 20-meter variation in the level of the river. So there is nothing you can do in this space. There is no reservoir, dike, nothing. And the mayor say, we want something to solve this problem. Here in the statistics, because Porto Alegre has 125 years of floods that were measured, and you have the milestones. So you see the outlier, 41 in 2024. So these are maybe superior to 125 years. So it can also be changed because of the climate change. The El Nino year is a year that everybody has to be alert. There will be flood, can be small flood or not. Combined with this blockage we have there in Santa Catarina, everything that goes there, stops there, and keeps raining. And also the Atlantic Ocean that was warmer than normal. So the conditions of the ocean and it's because of the climate change in the process. So these three combinations, because they had the El Nino. In 41, it was El Nino. 89, it was El Nino. There were years we had El Nino, but no floods. But this combination, 83, we had the meteorological blockage, so the rain was more to the west, let's say. And then in 1973, there was a flood. It was not... we could improve the statistics. So there it shows that this is the comparison, very important comparison, because the flood in 1941 and the one in 2024 both happened in May, almost the same day. So coincidence exists, but it's like the lightning to be in the same place. But look at the characteristic there. The flood in 41, it rained 15 days for this flood. And look what happened in 2024 in 5 days. So this is typical characteristic of the climate change. More intensity in less time. It's typical of it. This graph is really illustrates what happened. And you see that the reduction is the same, 45 days to solve the problem. But the incidence, the peak, is it's clear to see there. So not everything is climate change, but a combination of these, everything that happens long term, but accelerated by climate change. So it's not one or the other. It's a combination of factors that would make the situation even more serious. And this is important for us to know. So this rain represented in a day 12.7 billion cubic meters. It's a lot of water. It's a lot of water. So reaching a huge number, 185 people who died, 420,000 people that had to be, that lost their houses. So here the extension of it in the metropolitan region of Porto Alegre, the 4 cities. So the dike systems, Canoas, Leopoldo, Porto Alegre, the operation and maintenance of it had serious problem, in addition of the project that was not built in the right. Sarandina, that is, there had to be 7 meters high, was just 4 meter height. The São Leopoldo dike was not built. So the EPAPs had problems. Lack of energy, the energy was shut down because of the electrical currents. So also other functioning problems, others that had a problem. So the water, 20 million cubic meters entered the city, and normally the ones that had the problem with the pumps, and the population in general pressured the municipality to remove the dike in the central part. So, to sum up, it was a process that would discourage the maintenance. So they would invest the money. Nobody wants the dike. Why am I going to invest and keep spending on the maintenance of it? So what the measures were? In those cities, most of those cities, like Taquari, you have to work non-structured measures, such as the zones. So you have the 100-year zones, the zones for the floods. This is the river. It cannot have occupations. There is a water calculation, a hydrodynamic calculation that you do. The rest, there are some standards to be occupied. This is the regular standards. And the structured measures were possible. In this case, it was just close to Porto Alegre because of the levels, that they could build some dikes, but the reservoir channels, this was impossible to be done. And there was something in the state, governor, everybody said, the mayor, that is, and I said, look, it's rivers, volumes, you see, only the Patos Lagoon that 14 million square meters, so there is nothing you can do. Because there were influent people that wanted to have they took the opportunity, and they convinced everybody to do this. So they talked about this. I had an interview and I said, there is no sense.
Você vai tirar $1 bilhão, porque precisa tirar $1 bilhão, não é $1 milhão. Né? E quem vai pagar isso?
Who is going to pay for all these measures? It's like desalting the river. It would be very cleaning the rivers, desalting the rivers, this drainage channel. It was very expensive. I have been working with that for more than 50 years. Every time I tried to do these solutions, no mayor wanted to solve this using the zones because it deals with land, and the land has owner, and the owner is influence. So I was only able to do it in cities through some, until 79, I was able to do it, So this was volunteer work. We had the forecast during the whole period with 14 days ahead. This was daily published. We had this forecast. I believe it helped a lot of people. Transurb, that is from the Metropolitan train, they saved all their cars because they knew where the flood was coming through. I don't know if they used our forecast or it was their precaution, but they could save the 24 cars in the process. So this was done using the meteorological model and taking into account also the wind effects in the lagoon. So it was all done during this period. International experience is especially the American one. I know this system in the 70s, they saw there is no way to pay this bill, so they had a program that was based on these zones, the inundation, the floods map, and a second, only where it was justified, economically justified, benefit higher than the cost, so they would do the works and the American Senate have to approve. Only in these conditions that you can have this kind of solution. So it's basically this system for non-structured models, measures. And there are also some combinations that you can have non-structured and structured ones. So you have like some insurance, for example, like the American government in Washington who work with that. The main difficulty is normally there is no interest because the people don't want to tell the people that they cannot occupy the land. It's almost impossible. I could do this in 1979. It worked very well. After some weeks, it was working. The city council decided to change the quote in order to have a condominium there. And then the architect who was working there, she went to the radio and said, look, what you're doing is like, setting fire to these houses because these houses will be flooded. So it worked because at least they paid attention to it. Then an NGO also that was working there, they offered to make a dike in the city. They asked me if we should do the dike or not. I said, no, you are the ones who live here. You have to choose. You're going to have a wall 6 meters high separating you from the river. Do you want that or you prefer to live with that? I said, no, we prefer to live with that. And this is how they made their decision. So flood is about that. It's about making choices. So also the case there in Sinos and Gravataí, we had this through the state. We had the flood zones the municipalities would have to do to prepare the zones. So we limited the areas and the municipality had to do this. No municipality did what we told, and then the public ministry forbidden these areas to be used in Sinos and Gravataí. And the drainage has low political feasibility. So what are the projects that are about to take place? The recovery and modernization of the protection system, lots of studies in order to recover and make it more modern, taking into account the climate change and not to complement the areas that have no protection of dikes. This is an action of the City Hall in Porto Alegre. They are working on that at the moment. Also metropolitan projects with the funding, federal funds. Eldorado, Canoas, all these had been done before, but were not implemented. It has to be updated now to be implemented. Federal money is there, but now it's about political agreements between one political party and the other, because the state is one political party, the federal is the other. We don't know when it's going to be solved. And the last one, which is the Hills Project, is a project for the state to take the main rivers and have these flood zones and implement together with the urbanism of this area solution. It's not only about the zones, it's to establish these zones and work the urbanism with this, with the preservation of the spaces. But it is money from BNDES that also depend on political issues we hope one day will be solved. And just to conclude, Brazil loses in floods around 70 billion per year. There is no program or policy on the subject, even though there is legislation, there is a law, but now the regulatory agencies, they don't have much power from the political point of view. I don't know when it's going to happen. The water resources, there is no urban drainage in the cities, a small number to control this impact. The Brazilian assets in this area is too high. There is no recovery of price. People pay in losses, let's say. There's something that they could pay in services. ANA is implemented this gradually, and we hope this will happen soon. This is my presentation. I thank you for your attention.
Bom, boa tarde agora já.
Good afternoon now, I would like to invite the three speakers now for the round table. We have 15, 20 minutes for some questions, so please, Marcos Monteiro, Daniela Benfica, Professor Carlos Tucci, you can come to stage for us to ask the questions. I'm going to take notes here. What the questions are, but I already have one. I don't know if I stay here, if I go there. No? It's better for me to go there. Okay. I think I will be here because it's. Yeah, there is a seat for you here.
Bom, alô, então eu vou anotar as instruções, mas eu já queria...
I'm going to take notes of the questions, but I would like to start with a question that is for all of you, but very much inspired on the last speech of Professor Tucci, because while you presented, there was for me something in my point of view is key when we think about this rainwater management and facing the floods, and that were even worse because of the climate change. So I would like to ask, especially to Marcos, as the City Hall in São Paulo, they are dealing with this intersectoriality. I think you gave us some clues of the things that did not happen, but I would like you to be a little bit more in detail about it, and also considering maybe to Professor Tucci something that is key for me, which is related to the time of the politics. You know, sometimes an intervention of a great infrastructure is accelerated. We've seen some situations many emergency works that happened in the city here in São Paulo, so we have an acceleration for the implementation time, but at the same time, we have other demands from the point of view of the production of the urban space that is much broader in time, and the interventions. So I would like you to talk about this intersectoriality, even more and more urgent demand for us, but also thinking about the action in these spaces of the flood areas more long-term, because obviously we are not treating here only about spaces that need urgent interventions, but also spaces that were consolidated for long. And in the case of Porto Alegre, some historic cities that were built in flooding areas, in the case of Porto Alegre, no, sorry, in the case of Rio Grande do Sul, but also consolidated, non-consolidated areas that demand different ways to treat this at short, mid, and long term. So I would like you to talk a little bit more about that while I take notes of the other questions. Let's go the same order, maybe. Well, here in São Paulo, the municipal plan for risk reduction has exactly this objective of inviting all the secretariats, of having a more systemic approach of all these, especially for the risk areas. So you have the secretariats that provide immediate response, civil defense, the alerts for the citizens. So in order to offer this protection, this risk mitigation in a mediate way, and not to be dependent on the others, on the works, let's say, we've had these that you mentioned, the emergency works that were done, and then I think it's worth saying that there was no emergency work in order to solve drainage problems. The problem is the risk to the people, protecting people of the risk of landslides and those landslides. By law, I cannot do any emergency work to mitigate flooding risks because they understand it is a pre-existing problem, a structural problem. So all the works that were done were in order to protect people's lives. These are located at some parts of the river and the shore. I understand that there was no death during this management due to landslides or the river margins. So the need, this is what we have tried to do, but when we go in this more legal aspect, we understand the need of bidding projects, for works, for projects. This demands a lot of time. And it was a deception now that the new bidding laws, because we have always talked about the importance of having projects to receive funds, and our law doesn't speed this up. This is a big loss we had.
Tá funcionando?
I don't know if is it working? Okay. My contribution on that, I will try to not to say the obvious of what is essential. Of course, this multi-sector is unanimous. Everybody agrees with that. But I think the operationalization depends on people. Everything we presented today depends on people. If we think about the 4 circles that I presented, this last circle, the more external one, is far the more complex, the most complex to be approached. So, for example, in Porto Alegre, we had a positive experience in the end of the late 90s and early 2000s that the urban development plan, an environmental plan, was designed. And we had some sector plans to be done all together, including the drainage plan and others of transportation and housing and many others. And there was a group of people in different secretariats that had the objective goal to make it to make progress with that. So we established some commissions. Every secretariat, they have their place there. So all the big projects were going to be discussed. 3 big commission groups. There was a So all the departments had their representation. There was this interdisciplinarity, and we believed it was going to work. But people changed the people, they changed the leadership. Those people have less or more power in the department. And as far as I don't know if things changed, but these commissions still exist, but they stopped. They are not a moment. They are much weaker now because it's not for discussion and consensus, and they started, sorry for the translators, but it's like if you want to destroy the dike, you can do it, do as you please, because there were no consensus anymore. Because people, especially from the planning secretariat, I don't want to blame the architects, but the other people were there, but they didn't have the role of leaders anymore. And then the ones who had the role of leaders is like to allow, to approve simply everything. So it's about people, this awareness of the importance of it. And in the case of Porto Alegre, all the tools are there, the conditions are there. One of my friends, an architect from the City Hall of Porto Alegre, I had the opportunity to live and to work in a different job, like change focus, let's say, but Andrea, a big friend of mine, that was one of the leaders in this, in the planning secretariat, there is no secretariat now. She is now working with permits, and she wanted to go there because she said, I'm not going to belong to a commission that I have no role to play, So because while, and then Professor Tucci told me 20 years ago, I don't know if he remembers that, but he said, while Brazil has more government than state, we are not going to solve a thing. So we need state. We need policies, state policies that have the continuity. It's too much government, no policies. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, this is a quote I use very often because I have been through different states, I worked in different countries worldwide, and the problem is always the same. In developing countries, there is always this dilemma that not having an institutional construction is strengthening this strong enough in order for the decisions to go beyond those 4 years of mandate. This is the biggest difficulty we have. When it comes to integration, integration is made. I worked in the World Bank in the Integrated Management of Urban Waters. We had an event in 2017 in Japan with 38 countries, and one of the biggest discussions was on how to make the integration of these different environments, because it's not just about sanitation. When you talk about integrated, it's urban planning, sewage, social aspects, environmental aspects, all these come together. So I had some experiences in some cases, but what I've learned is that the space for this management is the water basin, because most of the 4 services, with the exception of garbage, which is also included, it depends on gravity. And if it depends on gravity, it has to be considered in the water basin. Garbage is also, because part of it is going to be carried by waters. I had a student we tried to measure in Porto Alegre for 8 months, everything that would be collected, everything that entered the drainage. We have everything, we measured everything. 80% of this paper and plastic. Only paper leaves. Sorry, only plastic. Paper is is retained. So out of this total, 30-40% is what leaves there. So this in a region of excellent services of solid waste. So now returning to the topic here. So the space is the water basin. And then everybody has to work together. The more emblematic case, which is in Teresina that I mentioned, is that this is what we did. We were able to recover the big area of the city. We employed people who were there, and it worked till a certain point. But as human beings are complicated, the mayor who started all this, we had a mayor that when he was a candidate, he was the guy that was going to lose. He had 20% chance of winning. And then he came with a solution and said, no, this area we are going to recover and transform into an area in the city. So he changed it and he won the elections. And then on, he implemented all this process, but he left at some point. And when he left, things were lost. But this experience was really interesting. This is why I think that they say, this is the integration process. I said, okay, but what else do we need? We need management. What else do we need? Funds and time. All these must be integrated in order to work.
Nós temos 3 pessoas inscritas
We
aqui.
have 3 people here who sent their questions. I ask you to be brief with the mic. So, Rita, let's take the 3 questions all together. Professor Renata Moreira from Federal University, Professor Jefferson Tavares, and then Professor
do Max Planck, tá bom? Essas 3 perguntas, depois a gente volta aqui para a mesa.
Bom dia a todos, obrigada pelas apresentações. Na verdade, são 3 perguntas, uma para cada um, tá? Mas são breves. O professor Tucci mencionou algumas ações, né, de medidas não estruturais e atividades políticas measures
and the political activity on zoning in the control of fundings. And my question is, both this measure and the regulation are measures that require checking. Even if the zoning is accepted, it would need a checkage and a posterior. If this cost is considered in the OPEX studies, if it's included. Another question that is more specific on regards of the cost of the pools, and I was in doubt on the account that is proposed in the manual and what is included in the decree. We have different volumes because I believe the units are different. Just for São Paulo, I believe it was 20.8, and for São Paulo 25, and Porto Alegre, and we did the studies in the code, the volume was very high for 25 per second.
Enfim, é uma questão mais pontual, porque eu me lembro que tinha essa diferença. E a terceira pergunta para o Marcos Monteiro.
For Marcos,
sobre a ordem, né?
The order where the policy was executed. This happened where you were showing both Porto Alegre and São Paulo, and the amount of the general plan and how we can prioritize this before having a plan. And these were the questions.
Boa tarde, meu nome é Jefferson Tavares.
Good afternoon, my name is Jefferson Tavares from USP in Climapolis.
Parabéns pela organização,
Congratulations.
Parabéns duplo para o senhor Travasto coordenando e aniversariante do dia hoje.
And congratulations on your birthday.
Minha pergunta vai para os três, é uma pergunta muito objetiva. Eu sei que ela dá pano para manga.
It's very objective.
Resposta muito ampla.
In a response
Mas
that is very wide.
Porque vocês trouxeram exatamente
And we brought exactly the vision, the perspective, historical.
Né? A desinstitucionalização da drenagem.
The digitalization of the training.
Quer dizer, já vem de histórico, né? Mas cada vez com menos
And
importância.
it's historical with less importance. And on the other side,
isso deriva numa precarização de serviços, obviamente, e da própria do valor da importância que ela tem na cidade.
And the importance that it has on the
aos
city
efeitos
and
que
response
condições no nível municipal.
the better.
Né? A minha pergunta, portanto, é de escala. O tema
My
aqui é da escala.
question is
Você já
scale.
antecipou o debate setorial, que é um tema que eu gosto muito, mas eu vou agora entrar nas questões de escala. Como resolver esses embates de níveis de poderes que
the scale of
politicamente
levels
tem
that
trazido cada vez
politically
mais
has
desastres para
brought more
as cidades
disasters for the cities
minimizado soluções
and
em
minimize
diferentes
solutions in
o que a
different
gente viu no Rio
scales.
Grande do Sul, o que a gente viu no
What
litoral
we
norte,
see
o que a gente
in
vê em regiões
Rio Grande do
metropolitanas
Sul,
pelo
in
Brasil afora,
some metro regions
litoral
of
norte
this
de São Paulo,
country,
né, em 2023, fevereiro
in
de 2023,
2023,
impacto das
is
mudanças
an impact
climáticas, do
of
processo de
the
urbanização
climate
muito
change,
intensivo, das infraestruturas
very
regionais
intensive
que
of the
provocam
structure,
problemas
infrastructure,
sistêmicos,
regional
não são problemas
infrastructure that
isolados, em
base,
conjuntos de cidades,
and
em
it's the gathering
regiões,
of society
envolve
in
zonas rurais, não
regions
só
that
zonas
involve
urbanas, né? Então, como
rural
olhar para
areas and
isso
urban areas.
por novo
How
olhar,
to look at
tentando
this
buscar soluções? A
through
gente
a
precisa de
new
novas
lens.
instituições,
We
em
need
novas
new
escalas,
institutions
frente ao
in new
desmonte das
scales
instituições metropolitanas, que
through the
começaram lá em
metro
68,
areas that
73 e
began
foram se
in
desmontando até os anos
68,
90. A gente
33,
precisa
and
de novos planos em novas
happened
escalas.
to
A gente
the,
precisa
we
de
need more
investimentos em
plans in
novas
new
escalas.
areas.
Essa é a minha questão. Obrigado.
This is my question.
Maybe somebody can translate. So I heard the three fascinating talks, but they were very much reactive in order to protect people, properties that are already there. But in terms of the future, clearly we will have to adapt, and so planification will be very important. And I'm wondering if, for example, the city of Sao Paulo or Alegre is really trying to get zoning places where, for example, one should not build in order to avoid more frequent flooding, for example. Is there really an attempt to plan in taking into account the possible climate-related disaster that will be more frequent?
Devolvendo aqui, acho que vamos seguir a ordem que a gente estava.
Let's follow the order.
Obrigada, Jefferson. Você consegue traduzir a pergunta do professor na tua resposta? Tá, na verdade, o professor gostaria de saber, ele falou assim, olha, foram ótimas as apresentações.
The presentations were great, but a bit reactive, talking with passive, but based on planning.
Voltado para a fala do próprio professor Tucci sobre as áreas de zoneamento,
and based on zoning and protected areas from that we need intervention.
Exato, né? Como que a gente pensa daqui para o futuro?
How we think about the future based on this.
Então, primeira da Renata, em que ela comenta como que foi feita a priorização.
Firstly, Renata, how we did having these instruments that we inverted the logic. It depends on how things happened. We've been the prioritization of the draining were done based on macro data of the city in the sense of which regions had more incidence on floodings and vulnerable population. So in the past, in 2014-15, when we did the contract, and the region of the of the situations, we, in the sense of having the data, create the math models and creating the planning. The master plan came in 2022 exactly because of the difficulty we had or to bring more transparency in the order of the works. And we are demanded, not only because of, but why did we begin with one work and then the other? We're talking more micro, leaving these basins and focusing basically the works today, 197 works in the book. This is how historically happened. If it began on the vision of the basins, and if in the second question, the level and power level and the problems to take care of the systemic problems in the city. When we are out of the public management, we understand that there is a lot of entity that command the actions. And when we get into public management, we understand that it's not like that. This essential thing is virtually without money, there's nothing you can do. And I believe that I was lucky enough to have a management that understands the importance of the draining of the city and preparing the infrastructure of the city. So at that time, we had a problem taking care of investing the amount in the city and were directed for the infrastructure works and draining works. And secondly, people that were prepared. One of the actions we took in the secretary was the planning. We didn't have a planning area. And this is a story, everyone who works in companies, if planning is mixed with action, daily action, and the planning is forgotten, and we follow the results, immediate results. So we created this that presently bring the directing on the draining master plan and treat the eventually deappropriation and other interferences, and mostly the environmental, because our works, when we talk about, we have the environmental licensing for effectively when we begin the works, and the importance to have people that are prepared, and in the secretary to have a technical team. And we have two people there, Alfonso and Sonia, who are extremely prepared, and they conduct this project for the cities. And we're going to work with this in the afternoon. As Professor said, this seems to be, we have a liability here. We have a lot of social debt. And in this, we worked very actively. And as I said, we were looking to implement this planning. And we are talking in risk areas. We've been working, we have 25 projects, another ones for canalization. For us, within the financial possibilities to have this work, and beyond that, we're looking for draining books in the sense of the climate change and extreme project that we have. And we are needing to review and improve this planning of the sites. I don't know if Professor was asking.
Eu acho que eu vou falar pouco também da pergunta que foi
I believe I'm going to talk about the question. On regards of the reservoirs, is the same. First is in square meter and the other is in hectare, but having this in 1 hectare. The maximum is 20 liters per second divided by 1. If we go through the volume, it's 0.0425.
Em metros quadrados. Então, vamos supor que desses 10.000, 5.000 sejam impermeáveis, então vai ser vezes 5.000 metros quadrados.
After this,
essa pergunta vinha várias vezes, tá? E a resposta é sim, é um volume enorme.
The answer is yes, it is a very large volume.
Quanto à questão da
On regards
da
and
operação disso, digamos assim, estar computada ou não. Salvo tenha tido uma mudança radical que eu não acredito que tenha acontecido.
Even if
com colegas e sei
I
mais ou menos
have contact with colleagues and we know what is going on, so this is something that, for example, it was very problematic with this. And my mother, building, they have a reservatory, and we have a smaller volume because part of the area was done by waterproof areas, and from there we began to have a lot of mud, and the condominium, the building, decided to take the blocks out and have a concrete. And the city hall, and I know because my mother lives there, we know stories from people who did the reservatory, and after the checkage, they connected directly. So we discovered this through a checkage. So up to what I know, it's trusted only during the checkage, and if we can do images and macro work, but it's not done. On regards of the reservatory, I don't know if it's related to what on the operation cost of the system. On regards of systemic analysis and organisms that can coordinate this dialogue, I believe it's essential. The metro institutions are, at least Metroplan, which is from Porto Alegre, lost its function. I don't know if they even exist yet. And I always say that, so if we have several institutions working, if we don't have a centralized organization, this is essential. And unfortunately, it doesn't happen. In Porto Alegre, even the urban training is something. The rainfall, we have 2 basins within one municipality, so it's not that complicated. But in the case of the Rio Grande do Sul situation as a whole, we would need it. And we can have a nice conversation with different groups, as much as people can have conversation about that. It was only one party in the federal government and the other one in the municipality, and we have important people with both areas. So, and the last question on future planning. Actually, yes, it was conceived in 2 ways. We have the master plan that preview that every care of the soil needs to have the preoccupation. Every part that are approved in the city from 1999, they were demanded to have and execute measures to take care of that, but could be other, to maintain the hydrological situations. But this, we're talking on formal occupation, and we are in the global south. We have the informality that takes care of our urban informality. We end up working correctively. And very few locals where we can have a preventive. In the master plan, in the last stage, I showed a plan, and we have on the areas where we have where it's not possible the occupation, we have reform occupation there, and now is even bigger. We have the plan to implement this.
Mas, obviamente, aquelas pessoas não queriam sair de lá. Mesmo
But obviously, people didn't want to leave there because they have their roots there, their family there. And for me, as an engineer, I had difficulty to understand that. And it was tough work for us and social workers as well. I understood why, because in certain regions we previewed the park would be invaded by for some population that were there. So this preventive work on the subglobal and the urban occupation is informal, it's complex. We're going to close the interpretation now and be back at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Mas o que chama a atenção, talvez para você, é que você não seguir muito pelo 20 e pelo 25, mas seguir pelo volume. Porque quando você calcula o volume, existe uma fórmula que nós usamos que considera os tempos anteriores. Então, ela precisa de um volume muito maior. Pela estimativa que eu fiz algum tempo atrás, você precisava 4 vezes, nós usávamos 4 vezes mais volume que a equação daqui, São Paulo. Então, é um problema de hidrologia antigo, que todo mundo usava sempre, que o tempo de duração da chuva é igual ao tempo de concentração da bacia. Isso não pode ser feito nesse nível, porque envolve volumes. Então, você tem que maximizar o volume, que é o que não foi feito na equação daqui. E aí sim você evita subestimar. A questão da viabilidade e aplicação, eu aprendi uma coisa, é que quando você faz uma gestão, uma aplicação, uma norma, você procura que 60% ou 70% obedeçam, né? Vai ter sempre a exceção. A gente não pode se mobilizar pela exceção, mas se mobilizar pelo conjunto da ação. E no conjunto da ação, essa regulação lá foi um sucesso. Tem essas coisas, como a Daniela mencionou, algumas tramóias que alguém faz, e até mesmo que eu fiquei sabendo que o prefeito, lá num órgão de uma conjunta habitacional, resolveu tirar a obrigação da... Então, vai acontecer, infelizmente, mas, no geral, ele tem sido obedecido. E hoje, as próprias empresas, quando vão lá para negociar, eles já vão levando uma área que eles querem para fazer o amortecimento. Então, já está no modus vivendi das entidades. Isso é muito bom. Eu não digo que essas normativas vão ocorrer 100% do tempo, né? Mas com relação ao custo, isso está envolvido naquela OPEX que nós calculamos, todo o funcionamento do Departamento de Esgotos Pluviais, mas privatizando os serviços de operação e manutenção, com um escritório mínimo de pessoas trabalhando a parte de gestão. Essa era a ideia. Com relação às escalas de governo e etc., eu tenho várias discussões. Primeiro, a gente tem que evitar a fragmentação. Fragmentação é o desastre da gestão, né? Mas tudo começa com o dinheiro. Nós somos os seres, quer dizer, o órgão mais sensível do corpo humano é o bolso, né? E isso em todos os lugares, na gestão, na aplicação, em todos os lugares. E nesse trabalho que nós fizemos para a Agência Nacional de Água sobre gestão brasileira, ficou patente algumas questões. Água, drenagem e saneamento é dentro da cidade, então a cidade tem seu espaço de gestão. Mas, por exemplo, se eu vou fazer um dique para uma cidade como Porto Alegre, como foi feito lá na década de 70, com quem vai ficar a responsabilidade de operação e manutenção? Se eu vou fazer um dique para Eldorado, que nem Eldorado, Canoas, tudo, vai ficar com os municípios? Eles têm esse dinheiro para isso? São essas questões que ainda, em outros países, normalmente tem um órgão federal para fazer isso, ou estadual. Tá? E outra coisa, eu dei vários cursos para órgãos de governo e vinha sempre a reclamação a seguinte: mas os projetos que chegam para nós, solicitando recursos, é muito ruim. Eu falei, bom, é ruim porque você pode esperar que algum município vai ter capacidade técnica de fazer um projeto decente. Então, vocês têm que ajudar eles. Vocês não podem dizer que é ruim e fechar e ficar por isso mesmo. O Banco Mundial, ou o BID, ou esses organismos internacionais, quando ele vai fazer um empréstimo, o que ele faz? Ele tem uma parte do dinheiro para preparar o projeto. Não é? O país tem que mudar. Então, tinha que ter, os estados deveriam ter escritórios técnicos de apoio para economia de escala para os municípios. Eu nunca me esqueço um caso que teve nos anos 70, 80, no Paraná. As cidades começaram a ter erosão imensas, porque começou a desenvolver a cidade, a impermeabilização do solo, e começou a criar, gerou cânions dentro das cidades por causa das... O Paraná criou uma secretaria, eu não me lembro o nome, um órgão lá que era, não me lembro o nome, que era um grupo de técnicos e engenheiros que sabia projetar para controlar a drenagem. E esses caras ajudaram a fazer as drenagens da cidade e resolver o problema e fecharam a entidade. Entende? Não custa nada se os estados fizessem alguma coisa para ajudar, para financiamento nessa área e outras áreas, como secretaria técnica. Você não pode esperar especialistas em todos os lugares. Você tem que usar a federação nas suas diferentes escalas para preparar isso. Antes havia as entidades metropolitanas, hoje não tem mais. Não vai ter. Ninguém vai criar de novo. Então, você precisa desses escritórios técnicos, um grupo muito pequeno. Eu aprendi a coisa, quanto menor o número de pessoas qualificadas, é melhor a gestão. Então, aí você cria um status de funcionamento do processo. Porque do jeito que está, é aquela coisa, o filho não é meu, o outro também, o filho não é meu, e ele fica órfão. Né? E é o que está acontecendo na gestão. Todo mundo empurra para outro nessa federação e não tem dono. Agora o que precisa é aquilo que a gente falou, dinheiro, financiamento. Quem vai pagar, se é fundo perdido, se não é, se é a recuperação de custo. Dificilmente, eu em 2005, eu fiz um plano para o Brasil de drenagem. E eu cheguei a avaliar naquela época quanto custaria fazer gestão, recuperação, investimentos nas cidades brasileiras. Era algo como 25 bilhões de reais naquela época. E se o país botasse 0,2% do PIB por ano, em 10 ou 15 anos teria tudo resolvido. Em saneamento era 0,6% do PIB, como o Chile fez. Então, mas isso precisa de Estado. Né? Que o grande problema é que quando entra um presidente novo, ou um governador, um município, um presidente novo, você tem 30 mil cargos para preencher. Na Inglaterra é menos de 2 mil. Tá? Então, não é possível. Nós não temos Estado, nós só temos governo. Então, nós temos que construir um país um pouco mais sólido nessa sustentabilidade de longo prazo. Com relação ao futuro, sem dúvida nenhuma, o planejamento tem que ir, na grande maioria dos locais, através dos zoneamentos de inundação e ligado ao planejamento urbano das cidades. Sem dúvida nenhuma. Porque não há dinheiro. Os próprios Estados Unidos, com o poder que tem financeiro, viu que isso não era possível nos anos 70. Agora, o que falta é também um programa de seguros associado. Cada país tem as suas características. Num país como nós temos uma condição de fazer um resseguro, porque nós temos como distribuir o risco. Países menores, quando a inundação ocorre tudo junto. Aí não tem, só se for um resseguro internacional. Então, tem que ser trabalhado isso. Eu tentei em 2005, tentei em 2013, até agora não saiu, infelizmente.
Bom, gente, essa é só a primeira mesa de 5 dias de conversa, então eu vou encerrar. Sei que tem mais gente querendo falar. Não vai mais 1 minuto? Não? Esqueceu? Então tá. Então a gente volta aqui não, lá no auditório do Mackenzie ou lá no CAL às 2 da tarde. Então são 2 mesas, são 2 espaços concomitantes que vão acontecer. Um lá no Conselho de Arquitetura e Urbanismo, na Rua 15 de Novembro, número no CAL, na rua 15 de novembro, e lá no auditório da Faculdade de Arquitetura e Urbanismo do Mackenzie, que é aqui dentro do campus, mais ali perto da prédio 9. Tá bem? Muito obrigada a todas as pessoas pelas perguntas e audiência.